My left eye's got like a little redness to it. What's that all about? Gotta keep that in check. Let's see. It's like I got punched. I don't think it's a sty. Just weird. Hopefully, FEMA from You Are No I Am Not Human would let me not get instantly murdered. Hopefully. Oh yeah, let's do our intro games. I've been having a tough time waking up today. I'll tell you what. I don't know what it's all about. Penis time. Penis. My daily penis affirmations. Oh my god. W penis. Men. Enly? Yeah. Didn't think so. Ment. Mend. Ment? No. Not right. Menat? No. Mensch. Menal. Den. Yen. Ren. Rent. I'm thinking of Mondani too much. Lower the rent. When. Don't know where it is about that my right hand. Using the keyboard the right way maybe makes me just get all fucked up. Maybe I should just actually get home row. When. Gen. Gen 8. I feel like I just want this word to be one letter longer. Ben. Beanad. Bean. I think it's with a PH. Maybe it's like B-E-N-E. Like it's more E's than I want to put in there. Senate. Two multiple ends in there. This is like an E. Didn't like having to waste all that. The double T though. The double E N. I don't think it's a word. So X E N X E. E-E-N-N-E. Already has a P before. Fuck me. What a waste of a letter. Mince. I don't think that's a word. Oh, God. B-E-N-X-E. Didn't think that was a word, but just in case. D-E-N-X-E. Den. F-E-Y-E. Z-E. I don't think that's it. I don't think U-E-N is a word. U, obviously not. W-E-N. Ben, X-E. Ben. What the fuck, man? I mean, Henry. Got a little bit of candy from Halloween still left over. Zenry. Zenway. Ben. I'm like Kenya. Henry. Heno. And Venno. Venny. The other E couldn't have been there anyway. Venry. Venwee. Venway. Venve. Venbe. Okay. Renze Zellweger. Renew. Rabib. Ben. Free. B. OE. Z. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna feel so stupid when I finally get it. Ben. Free. OE. Deno. Deneb. Denev. Dinner. I think I already did that. Benfei. Free. D. Lens. I want to get my lens checked. I don't think this is even like the OEN or UEN. I don't think it really is anything. In what, like, just trying really weird looking combinations. I'm even trying to get one wrong even. I think I've tried Henry so many times. Jen, I mean, try some letters I haven't seen before. I haven't been using in this spot. Jen. I don't know why I have been avoiding the J, basically this entire thing. Oops, what did I hit find? Well, it didn't work out. NJ. Benji. Dang. Yenji. Wenji. I don't think there's a J-E word out there. At the end, at least. If I just do this, it'll eventually get it right. Or at least get it wrong, and then we can move on. There's no... That was the double J was one I had not even considered. Once I get rid of the first letter, we can move on. We already did N here. Weenie. D-E, F-E. I mean, most of these don't even consider to be ordered, but just for completion's sake, so I'm not accidentally mixing it up. Surprised there's not like a, come on man, you tried too many things, bro. I mean, no, obviously. AE. Because at this point, we're just taking too long to go over everything, so I'm just going to do it brute force style. I mean, we already done N in that spot. Okay. This is the one thing is the least likely to even have any words. That would make sense. But again, just because I might be stupid and just don't know a word exists, I need to confirm it. Okay. Another one of these that I don't think is a word. Get out of here. All right, next row down. Oh man, that wrist. Okay. Maybe she doesn't like the smell of coffee. That's definitely a word, and a word I know. There's something that breaks my mind. Yeah, something that breaks my mind when it comes down to getting stuck in a loop. Kind of embarrassing. Also, that would take me forever to get there because I was like just going through every possible combination because I was like, I can't think of a word to get wrong with the setting as it was. Yeah. There was a thing from a Vsauce video I remember seeing a while back. That was once your mind gets set on a certain path, and if you can't find your way to it, sometimes you get stuck in a rut. And a lot of times you'll be in that same rut and you'll speak out loud that kind of gets you into the rut, your thought process, and then other people around you all kind of get stuck where it's like, I remember that movie Speed with the one guy and he was like, you know, you know, he looks kind of like this guy, but he's not this guy, and everyone's like, oh, and everyone's kind of stuck on it. And then once the conversation finally moves on and you like get out of that rut and you're going elsewhere, all of a sudden the pathway is opened up again, and then later on you can just snipe it instantly. So I like to think that this is at least something that can try to help me get better at it. It is kind of like a collective brain fog. Yeah. I have my -10 thing turned on. Bring that back down a little bit more. Okay. All right. Connections should be quick. My 2-day streak. 4 groups of 4. Oh, I just say it's long COVID. Easy peasy. Not my fault. Not my fault. Me? Should I be reading books? Absolutely not. No, no, no. You see, it's COVID's fault. Sorry. I mean, the vaccine's fault. I mean, the fluoride's fault. I mean, it's, you know, it can't be me. It couldn't be me, you know. Air. Doc, sheet, zip, TIFF. TIFF is a file. Zip is a file. I don't really see any other file types. Zip is how you make something smaller. Oh. Then also age. That'll get you. You just Biden, you know, you just deplastify your brain, you know. You just turn into a rock. Doc is a file type, true. But don't notice any other was for the fourth. Air? Air is one? That's crazy. Really? Oh. I don't use Adobe. Oh. Oh. Dot mid. Well, let's figure out some other ones. Oh, hey. Interesting. Yeah, I've noticed that because Kumabot used to like talk some stuff. Sheet drive. Oh, true. I guess slide is one. I've used the showcase thing before. Oh, they didn't like that one either. They're not gamers. They're not Google users like we are, or Adobe users apparently, or a lot of other things. Guide, direct. Drive. Pilot. There's one. The SurveyBot started showing up in my chat and started saying stuff because I think I had Kumabot and SurveyBot at one, or either, I guess at this point. So I thought I used to see Kumabot tell me that it was banning people whenever it would ban somebody. Like there was a random person that came in, and then oh yeah, that one said Kumabot banned that one. So there you go. Yeah. What the? You can coat something. You can film. There's like a coat of something. There's a film of something. Sometimes there's an air of something. You can gold leaf something. You can put a leaf around. You can leaf it. Maybe you can sheet something in something. Oh yeah, thin layer. There we go. See? Okay. So now we've tried this. Well, no, I don't know if we tried the one with mid. We tried the one with air though, for sure. We tried the Google one and that one didn't work. There you go. That was it. Air, electric, rhythm, slide. Now, electric and slide make you think about song stuff, so I'm not really sure. Air guitar, electric guitar, rhythm guitar. A slide guitar? I wouldn't have got that. Obviously, you get the last one and you're good, but yeah. You get the last one as just like a process elimination. It's usually that purple one because it's the weird one. That's not, but that is not one of the weirder ones I've seen. Sometimes it's like oh, if you remove the last and first letter, then those letters are an anagram for the beginning of a poem. And you go, huh? And you're like, you have no idea. I remember a, oh man, what was it called? There was one instrument, because I don't know, something about elementary school was weird. There would be like this guy that would show up for like a show and tell, or like a, it was like, they would like sell, this dude came to our school, and they were selling jaw harps, which is like a little, it's like a backward letter D with a long back part, and you just bing bong 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 bing bing, and it's like a little thing that you have. And they referred to them as jaw harps or Jew harps, which is just really crazy to think about, just like, because that was just what they were called. And they just showed up, and then they were there plucking away on them in the little tiny stage with a bunch of kids who were all losing their minds and are barely paying attention and drooling and whatever. And then they're like, all right, and now we'll pass along the seats to sell these to you. And then we all bought them, and we got them in the mail a month or so later. And it's just like, what a weird thing to do, to just like show up and then sell a bunch of kids things. And I guess the school's like, you know what, our teachers need a break for today, so we'll just, you know, allow you to come here. Maybe they paid the school to allow them to be there to then sell to us. I don't know. They did that for you, Kara, with yo-yos. That's even that, because that's like destructive, because kids are gonna be whipping those around and hitting themselves in the face, hitting their friends, and then breaking glass everywhere. I do remember yo-yos were like a big thing. The light up ones. Yeah, but there's also like the fake ones that would just kind of do it naturally with a little motor inside out. Yeah, those were kind of silly, because you also couldn't do tricks with them, because instead of them spinning the way that you wouldn't actually be able to do it, they would just always come back. Yeah, for me it was actually like a ball with a string, and then as you throw it out, it would then wheel itself back in. Yeah. Okay. I can do my do Duolingo stuff later. Let's see. Might as well get started with some of this stuff. Old dexterity toys. I don't remember them being good at, I don't remember being a dexterity test so much. Let me add the pinned comments, and then, wait, are we good? Oh, there it is. That's a long ass title. Oh, ball in a cup. Okay. I guess dexterity would be, if you had to do a D&D skill, you know, it wouldn't be charisma or strength. It would be dexterity. That makes sense.
Joining me now is Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee running for mayor of New York.
Big election day. I got to see what time the DSA's group is doing their watch party. I should have it. Yeah, here it is. My calendar.
City, thanks for being here.
Well, it's a pleasure to be on.
7 p.m.
It's great to have you. You've campaigned on affordability for a long time. Let's take a look.
When we all fight together on this issue of housing,
we are in a fight for housing justice for every single New Yorker. From 2021 to 2022, the rent...
Ooh. We've all had a mustache era, haven't we? We've all done it once or twice.
Went up 34%.
We're committed to freezing the rent for the more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants.
It's the wait that is often costing so much to actually build the housing we need in this city.
Why has this always been a priority for you, and is it connecting?
You know, I think...
Why do you want a house? What? Yeah.
I think first, I want to just apologize for the mustache that you showed in that.
Hold on, they were ready with that too fast. I think that was a setup.
Okay. It's just a horrific decision that I made.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah. It does feel weird that like one random mayor race is such a big deal. Although it makes more sense when it's like, oh, it's the biggest city in America. And also we only have our two-party system, right? Democrats and Republicans. And despite him winning the primary to earn the right to run as a Democrat, the Democrats haven't actually all endorsed him, and they are kind of letting the other guy run again as an independent and shit. And it's kind of like they're kind of showing their ass, because there's finally a candidate that, you know, despite them being Democrats and are supposed to be the left side of the political spectrum, they don't like how left he is. And they would actually rather that, even though he won the election fair and square, actually don't want to let him maybe they don't want to support him. Maybe they don't actually want to, like, you know, vote blue no matter who. Maybe they want to not have a socialist or a person that has at least a bare minimum of socialist ideas run. So yeah, fine, we have power. What do we do? Yeah, they're doing their best to stick the twig in their bicycle wheel and go, oh no, what happened?
And then one that I am not looking to repeat. Housing continues to be the #1 cost that's pushing New Yorkers out of this city. You know, I used to be a foreclosure
and Wall Street
prevention housing counselor. I'd work with homeowners struggling to stay in their homes, and I found that this wasn't just an issue for tenants. It was also for homeowners who were facing the possibility of delinquency on their mortgage because they were on the precipice of not being able to make ends meet. And that was the case when I was a counselor, it was the case when I was an assembly member. It continues to be the case now that I'm running to be the mayor. And it's the #1 way that we can actually keep New Yorkers here is by ensuring that we bring down the cost of living specific to housing costs.
You talk about freezing rent. Is that something that you view as a bold new thing? Or, as you've also mentioned, something that the mayor has the power to do that past administrations have done?
That sounds like you know the answer to the question, right? If you ask it like that.
I think it's a mixture in that this clearly has precedent. We saw the previous administration did this 3 times. And we are living in a time of politics where politicians try to convince the public that there's nothing they can do. And so to even have the idea that we could actually help people, it's seen as a departure from what
I desperately want to run for this seat so I can say, sorry guys, nothing I can do. Actually, I'm powerless. I really, really want to fight, and I'm willing to, you know, canvas hard and do all this lobbying and money. Also, I can say, sorry, guys, no, I can't. Wow, what do you want me to do? Nothing I can do. I really wanted to fight hard for this specific position, so that way, what can you do? Nothing can be done.
But so many are being told in this moment. And freezing the rent, right? This is about 2.5 million New Yorkers in a city of 8.5 million. The mayor has the power to freeze their rent. I am saying I'm going to do that for 4 years, and that's in stark contrast to the current mayor, Eric Adams, who's raised the rent by more than 12%, and who decided that the person he saw his record most in anyone running for mayor was Andrew Cuomo.
Your campaign's making news with President Obama calling you. He says you're impressive to watch. Can you tell us what you talked about, and do you want his endorsement?
You know, I appreciated that conversation with the
This is interesting to me a lot. Because again, this is like when I was non-political. This was just the idea of the political party overall. Had the best election pair of elections for the Democrats in my entire lifetime, as far as like being contentious or not contentious, or like not like contentious, like, you know, butting heads, but just like it was clear that he was, you know, close to a landslide as I had ever seen on this side of things. And then they literally had all branches of government at one point. I think ended up being a couple of times, but then expecting the world to get better, the hope and change guys in office with full power, hope and change, here we come. And then, really nothing's changing at all, actually. Still inside of the war that we've been in. You know, we were in the war for 7 years to begin with, and then all 8 of his were still in that war. Guantanamo is still open. Healthcare is not fixed. You know, it was the Band-Aid solution for as long as it has been. I guess it was a little bit better. I remember cash for clunkers was a thing that was like, oh look, we're gonna be green. We're gonna save the earth by giving people some rebates on like selling in their old cars or something to get gas mileages right. But then what happened is we ended up having laws for light trucks and hatchback coupe things that were allowed to use the light truck frame to then bypass all those laws. And that's where all these like hybrids, not hybrid, like electric and gas, but these like crossovers, that's what they're called. Crossover vehicles that are basically like a truck hatchback car kind of combination thing. And they just got around it. Like it was liberal-ified. It was, you know, public-private partnership with the partnership not being as even as it should be.
the president. I appreciated his thoughts that he shared about our campaign. And I also shared with him that when I was facing the bigoted and racist attacks, especially that have amplified over the last few weeks, that I looked to his State of the Union, State of a More Perfect Union address as an inspiration for how to rise above the 24-hour news cycle of an electoral campaign and speak to.
Do I actually believe that he did actually look up the old speech to get inspired? I guess I think it's a nice thing to say. I don't actually think that he did. I don't know. I'm going to assume it's a bit of a fun story to say. I don't necessarily love the idea that there's going to be things that are just to sugarcoat things and to make the masses enjoy. It doesn't necessarily. Either he's so corny and he did, or he's saying it just to make it sound cool. Neither one is great, I guess.
The soul of the politics in our city and in our country, and I really appreciated the model that he presented.
Did you tell him as a nominee you would like his endorsement?
I didn't bring up endorsements because, frankly, in these final days, the only endorsement I'm looking for is from that of the people who call the city home.
Let's talk a little more policy. Because
also, begging for an endorsement doesn't necessarily feel great, right? Like, hey, man, you called me, but now I need to beg for your endorsement? What the fuck?
Because budgets,
like, if he didn't want to give it, he didn't want to give it. So
big deal. Your platform says you'll raise the corporate tax rate to 11.5%, and you point out, just like neighboring New Jersey, that's 5B, and then tax the wealthiest 1% above basically people over millionaires, the flat 2% tax.
That's 4B.
Go ahead, 4B, okay. And so what does that get you, and what do you say to people who are concerned that New Yorkers are already taxed enough?
So that would get you $9 billion, and then we also said that we would save an additional $1 billion through procurement reform, through the following of the Independent Budget Office's analysis of hiring more fiscal auditors, and also by finally starting to collect on the fines and fees from landlords that owe this city currently about $800 million over a period of...
Corporate landlords, get away. Like, you miss a payment, you're fucked, you know? Whatever it is, whatever service you have, oh, you didn't pay for your Netflix, you're locked out, you know? Corporate landlords, there's a apartment complex around here that ended up racking up over $250,000 in our local government, which does not have that much stuff. And they had fines and fees and hadn't paid water bills. And, like, residents were paying their bills, but then the company that they were paying their bills to weren't actually paying it to the city when they weren't moving it along. They were happy to collect rent. They were happy to collect all the utilities that they combine up together. And then they never actually ended up paying. So they just had this thing for like 6 months. They had all these things lined up to the point where, like, the city's like, look, we don't want to cut people's water off, but you have not paid us in so long. You know, if we just keep letting you ride, how long are you going to keep stiffing the city? It got really bad. They even passed the deadline. And then the city's like, fine, we still won't turn the water off. But, like, please pay us. It's crazy how they can just get away with not only not paying, but just not, you know, avoiding fines, avoiding fees. That's even just here in Florida, St. Petersburg. But to me, it goes to show that there's a lot of leniency, right? Yeah. Then they get the time value of that money. How much money can they then throw into whatever garbage, you know, markets, Nvidia stocks, all these different things, and then play with that and like what? Nothing. No punishments.
Overall fines and fees of about $2.5 billion. So this is our revenue plan. This would more than pay for our economic agenda. It would actually allow us to start Trump-proofing our city. And what I mean by that is we're seeing right now what the Trump agenda portends for New Yorkers. This is a man who ran a presidential campaign on the premise of cheaper groceries that is now trying to cut SNAP benefits to make it even harder to afford those same groceries. And we have to protect the New Yorkers with the least from the attacks from the man with the most power in this country. And that's also what I see as a responsibility to be the next mayor of the city.
So let's get into this.
Please.
Some people say, oh, that's a bad idea. They don't want the government that involved. Okay. But then they're probably not New York Democrats, to be honest. Other people say, sounds like a good idea, but you can't afford it. And so I'm going to read in detail from Free Market Manhattan Institute. You're familiar with these critiques. They say Mamdani believes.
Free Market Manhattan Institute sounds like a conservative. I mean, most institutes, I feel like, generally speaking, but free markets involved. Oh, man.
Tax hikes will make him able to fund new initiatives. But the current city council budget actually gives you a choice. Quote, budget cuts with tax increases or greater cuts without them. The new $116 billion budget projects large gaps for $5 to $6 billion, 2027 to 2029. So translation, they're saying, oh, you want to get new money, but that money's already spoken for because you're going to be in the red. Your response?
Well, they're talking about $5 to $6 billion. The proposal I've put forward is about $10 billion. And I think that there's an amount of that money that's needed to fight back against these kinds of cuts. And then there's an amount of it that needs to actually fund an affirmative economic agenda. And what I mean by that is for too long as Democrats, we've thought that simply fighting back against Donald Trump is a sufficient political message. We also have to fight for something. And so at the heart of my campaign is a commitment to make buses fast and free. That would cost around $700 million. That's something that fits firmly within the question of political reality. It's just, do we have the political will to deliver it? The other commitment is about universal child care. This is something that would cost around $6 billion, something the governor is very much interested in, has been fighting for quite some time. And I appreciate not only her endorsement, but also the shared commitment on this question of affordability.
She hasn't endorsed all your funding plans yet.
No, but she has said that this is of immense importance to her.
Can you endorse somebody but then not endorse all their funding plans? Is that allowed? You can like endorse but then not be responsible for their plans. Like, I feel like that's normally the issue, is why people would not want to endorse, because like, well, then I don't want to get tied down with all these things. But now she's acting like she can. Because like she stands up at the crowd when everyone's like, tax the rich. She's like, worried that she's literally going to be eaten alive. So she's like, I endorse, but I don't actually, endorse all of it.
And what I've said time and again is the funding plans I've put forward are the ones I think are most straightforward and direct. And also, if there's another means by which to raise the funding, the most important thing is that we actually fund this thing. The last thing I'll say is, oftentimes we talk about these initiatives only through the frame of cost, as opposed to what they generate. These initiatives would also generate significant economic benefit. $700 million is the cost.
People can get on buses. People can go to places they would not have gone to otherwise, which then increases income and increases revenue of businesses, which then increase tax revenue, which then increase literally like sales taxes, and increases people's ability to get jobs, or then goes into income taxes. It grows economies across. Like the whole idea about, if you're able to expand a parking lot inside of a mini mall, you get more foot traffic, or you get more traffic into your place, that increases it. This is like Sim City level shit, right?
Cost of free buses. The assessment from experts is that it would generate $1.5 billion in economic benefit.
Cost $700 million, generates $1.5 billion. Wait a minute. Good things are good, and they're not expensive, and they generate almost more good than their cost.
$6 billion is the cost of universal child care. When they implemented it in Quebec, it had a 10-to-1 return because there were so many more single mothers and mothers of young children who were now entering into the workforce. My point is that we have to also understand that we can only benefit in this city when we are willing to invest in this city. These are some forms of investment.
Let's talk about Andrew Cuomo. One of the reasons you became something of an overnight political star is not just that you won a primary, but you beat Andrew Cuomo, who, frankly, a lot of Democrats around the country know more than you. Yeah. And I think a year ago that was true in New York.
Yes,
but you,
definitely.
Right? You beat him once. We'll see what happens Tuesday. He was just doing a new interview this weekend, and he made some remarks about diversity. I wanted to give you a chance to respond. I'll just play them in full. This was on MSNBC's Weekend.
Diversity can be a weakness if you have antipathy among groups, Jonathan.
Antipathy. Diversity can be a weakness. What is that? I never even heard that in general. What the fuck?
If you have racism or anti-Semitism, etc. So then you'd have friction. And so you have to work very
hard. How does diversity instantly become anti-Semitic? Diversity can be a weakness if there are hatreds within, like racism, but then you're just saying that these two races have to be racist to each other. That's racism, brother. That says you.
Hard to keep it as a positive and to make sure that it's not a negative.
But if we're all white, then we won't be racist to ourselves, and therefore a strength. Is that what you're implying?
Negative, and you have zero tolerance for any racism, any anti-Semitism, etc.
Your response.
This is the former governor, a Democrat ostensibly, of this state, who is saying that diversity can be a weakness and then proceeded to confuse the two black hosts with each other. More and more what we're seeing is that Andrew Cuomo, who ran an entire primary campaign,
I wasn't familiar with their names, so I didn't notice that.
On the premise that he was best suited to beat Donald Trump. As soon as we defeated him by 13 points, he proceeded almost immediately to get on his hands and knees to beg that same president for his help and the donors of that same president for their help. And now his closing message is to sound even more like the president than anyone else.
Are you saying a vote for Cuomo is like a vote for Trump at this point?
Yes, I am saying
absolutely.
that. And I'm saying that because Donald Trump has handpicked his candidate. That candidate's name is Andrew Cuomo, and New Yorkers have the chance to handpick their fighter, and I believe that candidate should be me.
I want to cover a bunch of ground with you. This is diving into New York ballot measures. Might be a little wheezy, but then I heard you like that kind of stuff.
In the debate, he didn't have an answer for some of the ballot measures. He hadn't really, I guess, thought about it, or I didn't want to make a stance on it yet. So maybe this is him wanting to then clarify that.
Position 2 says basically fast track affordable housing. You've said you're the affordable housing guy.
Proposals are always really weird. They'll say something like Proposal 2 named fast track affordable housing, which now is like the most like, you know, scathing anti-housing whatever thing possible in the actual practice. Like sometimes like right to the sun laws in Florida or something was what it was named, but it was actually about stripping away individual citizens' right to generate solar and then sell it back to the utility. So that way it would de-incentivize people to have solar panels on their roofs and then therefore keep the energy companies richer or something. It was like there was always sort of like these weird names to it, and you got to really look into it. So I don't know if that's like this or not, but we'll see.
You probably know where this is going, right?
Yeah, I can see where this is going.
And
But I'm enjoying the ride.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Your progressive teammate, if you will, Lander, backs this. Cuomo happens to back it. Take that for what you will. And the New York Times reports their words, quote, Mamdani is conspicuously not taking a position on the measure. We're getting close to Tuesday. Why not tell the voters where you stand?
So I take this decision very seriously. It's one that I haven't yet made on where I stand on these ballot measures. It's one that I'm going to share when I go out and vote on Election Day. And it's because I am both incredibly excited at the prospect of building more affordable housing across the city, and I also take very seriously the concerns that have been raised, especially by labor unions, on the question of generating good jobs over the course of this same process.
So let me jump in. It sounds like a mixed bag thing. And you're the anti-politician, and you've done pretty well on that. Why is it now, as you're on the precipice, that you wouldn't want to lead your coalition with a solution, with a plan? I mean, it almost sounds like, for whatever reason, on this housing issue, you're now sounding like some of those older politicians.
How could you? How could you?
Well,
look,
it's Tuesday. You probably know where you stand.
It is Tuesday, and the thing that I think is most important is to be honest with New Yorkers and to make promises that I can keep. And I want to be very, very intentional about what I share with New Yorkers and where I stand. That's why I'm taking the time that I am. As soon as I get to the decision, I've now promised probably 4 reporters, but now I'll say to the 5th.
Okay.
I'll also be sharing it with you, my friend.
All right, great.
It's a little odd. I'm not sure what the benefit on either side. Is it just that the plan might not be the best way to execute, and then he thinks when he's mayor he can execute it better, or without it he could execute it and you can still get to the same goal but without that exact plan? Like maybe if this plan is like use these private entities in order to actually fund the construction, and that would make it cost extra, which then slows down the process, and instead he'd rather start up a city run construction element that then reduces profits or something. Like just thinking of a random example top of my head of what could be the issue. But if he really has a plan to do that second thing, then he's like, okay, well, I don't think this will be good enough to do it, so then therefore say no on it so that way I can do a different one. But maybe like there's so many people that are diehard for it and so many people that are diehard against it. It just seems like a dangerous thing to ever say any one thing. But when he goes out there and says a thing, he's going to say it eventually. So maybe this is the best way to hedge. So people would have voted on their own or made up their mind on their own beforehand, and then this doesn't matter anymore by the time he finally says it, I guess. I don't know.
Issue that's not necessarily the most important for New York City politics, but that's come up a bunch, is sort of where you stand on some of these issues that relate to the Jewish community in Israel. What do you say to Jewish New Yorkers, and it's the largest Jewish population outside of Israel, as you know, who are concerned that maybe there's a double standard here? Criticizing governments is legitimate, but is there a double standard or an extra attention on that country, which is the only Jewish state? What do you say to that?
What I say is that my politics are universal. And just today I was asked,
I don't give a fuck what state it is. It's a goddamn apartheid state. How come you're giving us such a hard time for our fucking two-tiered citizenry? Why are you giving us such a hard time? Fuck off.
You know, you refuse to recognize Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state, that you only recognize its right to exist. Would you apply that elsewhere? Would you apply that to Saudi Arabia, to Pakistan? And I say, absolutely. Because the worth of any position is that you universally apply it across the world.
Well, that's specifically, you're saying you're against sort of theocratic or religious states.
Yes, and my point here is that I've heard from Jewish New Yorkers that, you know, I disagree with you, but I'd be more comfortable if I knew that you held the standard for everyone. And my point is that, yes, it has to be a standard you hold for all. The other week, I was on the M57, which is, by the way, the slowest bus in New York City, 4.9 miles an hour. And I was sitting there, and a woman to my right introduced herself. She was a speech therapist, and she told me that she was Jewish. She said that her daughter is a huge fan of the campaign phone banks, and she said, I'm not so sure. She was like, I just don't know where I stand on some of the questions about you and how you feel about the city. And I made very clear to her in the conversation that we had that I am looking to lead this city. I'm looking to every single person that calls this city home, not just those that agree with me or vote for me. And I know that there are many New Yorkers who have a wide variety of views on Israel and Palestine. I'm one of them. And my job will be to lead all of them.
And let me just ask it this way very directly. And we've spoken before, but not on air. For a Jewish New Yorker who thinks, well, wait a minute, and I'm asking this without a premise about the answer. Does he have a double standard about this country versus what's going on in China or Russia or Syria? Does that relate to Judaism in some way? What do you say to that person?
I think that if you can point me to a human rights violation or a war crime, I will condemn it no matter who it is that has done it. The concern that I have so often is also driven by a question of the unique complicity we have as Americans in what we are funding, what we are actually complicit in by virtue of our tax dollars being spent on it. And that's something that I think motivates many to ensure that those tax dollars are a reflection of our morals.
All right. You have spoken about...
Yeah. Russia does some fuck shit in Kazakhstan or something, and you're like, that sucks. And I will say it sucks, but I'm going to fight extra hard for the war on Gaza that we do because I literally fund it. What the fuck?
About these financial plans you have, and you made a point on New York radio, which a lot of people listen to address 50 Cent. And you know he's a critic.
He's a critic
of high taxes.
But let me tell you.
Go ahead, and then we'll play it. Go ahead.
I didn't even know what my salary would be until I opened up Instagram and I saw this thing, which was like 50 Cent offers Mamdani X amount of money.
Yeah.
I was like, that's a very specific amount of money. And I was like, oh my God, that's...
Yeah, so now we'll do this in reverse order.
Sorry.
He said, I'll give you $258,000 and a first-class one-way ticket out of New York. That's what you're referencing. So you know that. Here's what you did say, though, in a serious kind of policy radio interview. Let's take a look.
And I know if 50 Cent is listening, he's not going to be happy about this. He tends to not like this tax policy, but I want to be very clear. This is about $20,000 a year. It's a rounding error. And all of these things together, they make every New Yorker's life better, including those who are actually getting taxed.
What do you say to him now where, by the way, he has moved out of the city, but he's a classic New Yorker. I'm sure you like some of his songs.
Oh, man. It's actually tough for me in that way.
Yeah, so where does this debate go?
Incredible songs.
Because his argument, and it's fun, but it's also what we hear from certain people. His argument is there are a lot of people in New York who make a lot of money because they contribute a lot, and you're going after them. What do you say to him tonight?
You know, what I would say to you, 50, if you are indeed watching, or anyone else who's watching this show, is I continue to think that having the top 1% of New York City, who are making more than $1 million a year, having them pay 2% more for an economic agenda that would transform every New Yorker's life, including their own, is something that is worthwhile. And the reason I say including their own is when you see a city like ours that is underfunding its city agencies, that is pulling back on the most basic things like library services and trash cans, everybody feels the knock-on effects of that. And my job as someone who believes deeply in the public sector...
I'll let him finish.
Is to ensure that we're delivering public excellence. And that means every dollar that we raise, I want to be able to prove to you that it's every dollar that's being well spent. That's the relationship there. And I do have to say, even though we have a disagreement on tax policy, every time I get a death threat, I still listen to Many Men.
I don't know that song. To think about, like, oh, you're taking from them. Well, they have not been paying their fair share in a long time. The wealth gap has grown significantly, and New York would be no exception to that. They might say that's not a fair share to me. I don't like it, but it's like no one generally would like to pay more. But a stitch in time saves 9 is a pretty classic one. They love to go around and say, ew, look at all the poverty and sadness and homelessness and what we consider to be, a scourge upon petty crimes and poor moral choices, whatever, right? Like they look around and they see that, but what's the driving factor in the majority of those cases? Material conditions. When you're able to provide better for people, when people have better choices, they no longer have the proverbial gun of homelessness pointed at them at every moment. They have to decide whether or not this job is actually good for them or not. When they can get around the place easily and reliably and comfortably and safely instead of being stuck and shackled to wherever they happen to be from many things, not only just like labor, but even like domestic situations, like all kinds of stuff. Like Kara literally doesn't drive. And I've joked before that it's like, it almost feels like I'm taking her as a prisoner sometimes because she can't escape if she wanted to, because there is no transit. There's no way for her to go anywhere. Crazy. So yes, everything around you gets better. It's just like saying that, oh, I don't want to pay the schools. Damn it, I'm not a child. I don't want to pay for the schools. And it's like, well, don't you want the person at fast food being able to count properly, to put the right number of items in your bag? And don't you want the paramedics to like save you properly when they put you onto the gurney? Like, what the fuck, man? Like, of course, it makes your life better when everyone else around you is better.
It's true. Well, you take Many Men for motivation. I was going to say your answer sounds a little bit like clickety clank, the money goes into my piggy bank.
Wow.
And if
I don't think so.
we had more time, we'd do more 50. Can we do some fun stuff before I let you get back on the campaign trail?
This person seems to be, I mean, it's MSNBC, right? Which is MSDNC, which doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be generally a more positive. But compared to the interviews I've seen on CNN, this is basically a fucking kindness, even though obviously there were some hard questions and put some things forth. And even at the end saying that I think you're just being greedy or something, which is, I think, more of a tongue-in-cheek joke. But overall, this seemed like a more positive interview.
Never asked any candidate this, but James Carville was here.
Okay.
And he's been a little bit more of, I think he would call himself a centrist.
Okay.
He said Zohran Mamdani is more on message than any candidate he's ever worked with. And he said, hands down, that's a positive trait.
Very kind of him.
So here's the test.
Oh, God.
How quickly can you go from this topic back to affordability?
Okay.
Halloween.
Okay.
Here's the thing. You're seeing candy prices shoot up across New York City. And it's part of the fact that we're the most expensive city in the United States.
That seems like the easiest way to do it, yeah.
Of America.
Like a kid goes to the door and gets one fun size. That's not what Halloween used to be. That's not what Halloween should be like in the greatest city in America. I think that with the affordability crisis, you can see the number of candies given out per door has gone down. You look at this graph, you can see it right there. Why would the Mars Candy Company be against the idea of not being for these taxes? Because as you can see, their own ability to penetrate the market is decreasing. Better Halloweens, it makes better neighborhoods, makes happier kids. More candy. More treats, less tricks.
We got to take a look at that.
The movie Godfather.
You know, there are too many people who think that the only way they could afford to live in New York City is if their father already lived here. And the fact of the matter is you should be able to afford your own apartment and not just have to pray to God to get there.
Incredible.
Right?
You got there.
Nice work. Not bad.
Lightning round is...
I mean, I don't know enough about the movie, so I would have to think that offer you can't refuse or whatever.
In a word or a sentence. But it's your mic. If you go longer, you go longer.
Okay,
You're a
here we
candidate.
go.
In a word or a sentence, I am a democratic socialist because
I believe in the dignity of all people.
I am the Democratic nominee for New York because
I beat Andrew Cuomo by 13 points.
the reason conservatives are welcome in your Democratic Party is
They also have to pay rent.
something Democrats are right about.
That we have to take on authoritarian administration in Washington, D.C.
Something
Pretty easy.
Democrats have gotten wrong.
We need to bring back working people as the focus of our party.
Easy peasy. Oh my God. Oh my God.
All right, New York, shouldn't be hard for you. My bodega order is
Egg and cheese on a roll with jalapenos.
bagels or bialys.
Bagels.
Sure.
Come on. Why would you?
I mean, right.
Dude.
But I don't even know what a Bengali is.
My favorite subway line is
For nostalgia, the 9 train.
okay. And right now,
The N train.
okay.
Hashtag never. R train, hashtag rarely.
You can call yourself a real New Yorker when
You know what a bodega is.
your favorite cannabis shop. Just ask.
I would have to frequent them more often to have a favorite.
Okay, there we go. And a couple big picture ones.
Okay.
The biggest challenge facing America is
he laughs every time someone brings up weed. He always laughs like that because he's like never expecting it or something. I don't know what it is.
A belief that politics could be more than this.
and facing New York.
That we could actually have a city that New Yorkers could afford.
The biggest challenge facing the Republican Party.
That their agenda
Trump. I mean,
is one that is deeply unpopular with Americans.
And the Democratic Party.
That we are missing an affirmative message in a moment when New Yorkers are crying out for it.
Final two. If I lose, it's because
I didn't come on this show earlier.
damn, that's pretty funny.
if I win, it's because
I came here with a few days left before Election Day.
Zohran Mamdani, you are very busy right now. Thank you for coming through.
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate it.
Maybe this was released before. I don't know. Uh-oh. Okay. What was that? That was crazy. All right. Not too bad. One more thing with Zohran. Bam.
President Trump endorsing Andrew Cuomo in the New York
Let's see.
City mayor's race, just posting on social media this. He says, whether you personally like Andrew Cuomo or not, you really have no choice. You must vote for him and hope he does a fantastic job. He is capable of it. Mamdani is not. Well, out front now, Zohran Mamdani, the candidate for New York City mayor. And so President Trump making it very clear here, there's no beating around the bush here. You really have no choice. You must vote for him, Andrew Cuomo. What do you say to that?
Look, this is something that we've been speaking about for months. We've known since the primary that Andrew Cuomo was funded by the same billionaires that gave us Donald Trump's second term. He denied that then. He had a phone call with President Trump trying to coordinate to stop our campaign. He then denied that. And even just until these final days, he denied that he was Donald Trump's preferred candidate. But now it's written out for the entire world to see. This is the man.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's actually gonna. I was thinking to myself, like, I don't think that's gonna help him. Like, I think it's in an impossible situation if you are a Republican looking at this and or Trump looking at this and not wanting a certain person in there, because Sliwa doesn't have the pull because he is a Republican, and it's just too many Democrats to beat a Republican. But they will always beat a Republican. But when you say your only chance is to vote for Cuomo as Trump, that will de-incentivize Republicans overall. They'll just not show up, or some will move, but some won't. And you've just extra flattened the Republican vote. And then there'll be some Democrats that look over that, you know, for whatever reason are not a Mamdani voter, and they'll look over and be like, ew, my guy that I've wanted to pick this entire time is now being backed by Trump. That's they hate Trump more than anything in New York. So it's like, oh, either I won't vote either, or I'll just, if I am between two choices, I'll go back to Zohran now. So I feel like this is just going to, but it's a lose-lose. If he just said nothing or said, I'm Trump and back Sliwa, then just the R's would vote, if they even went out to vote at all. Cuomo would still be stealing away the votes that he does, and Zohran would still win. So I just think that no matter what, it does nothing. But I think this current thing does worse. It does worse for them, I think.
And that Donald Trump wants to be the next mayor of New York City. And not because he'll be good for New Yorkers, but because he'll be good for Donald Trump. And New Yorkers are exhausted of this agenda in Washington. They don't want to see a mimic of it come here to City Hall.
Do you think it will help Cuomo at all in the polls? I guess specifically if you assume that Trump's trying to talk to that 15% of people who say they're going to vote for Curtis Sliwa.
We continue to be confident about what tomorrow will look like for us, but I do think New Yorkers must understand that Andrew Cuomo waited until the final day before the election to have this be revealed. He wanted to be able to make the message to Democrats that he was in fact the governor that he said he was, and then right at the last moment, the last opportunity to fully embrace the MAGA movement that we have long said he is tied to.
So Trump also he endorses Cuomo, okay? Then he also talked about you. Referring to you as a communist. I believe last time we talked, I don't know how many times I had of him calling you a communist. That's not new. But he said, if communist candidate Zohran Mamdani wins the election for mayor of New York City, it is unlikely that I will be contributing federal funds other than the very minimum as required to my beloved first home because of the fact that as a communist, this once great city has zero chance of success or even survival.
Just like with the race in Argentina, this could be seen as election interference. Imagine if Joe Biden said, ew, a Republican winning in this, Delaware, Carolina area, that's so important to me. If they win, I will not fund that state. That will be seen as a gigantic shame on the presidency and a smear of bipartisanship and just literally worth impeaching, to most people's, sensibilities. For him just to do it outright, to say, look, I'm going to hold you guys hostage and now give you a separate external force to put against this one side of an election is just, I think it's technically criminal. Maybe there's some weird rule where if the president does it, it's kind of like with when things are confidential. Like it's confidential up until the point that I share it. Then that legally makes it non-confidential or whatever, right? Even if that, I don't even know if that's actually true. I know they say it. Whether or not it's true is another thing, but I wonder if people think that even he has the ability to do that. I guess this is where my knowledge gap comes in, because I don't know how federal funds get deferred and shared out. It doesn't make sense that the president would be the one to give out these random federal funds. It sounds more like a legislation thing in general, so.
Okay, what do you think that means? Other than very minimum as required, could be an important clause, I suppose, in that sentence. But if he says unlikely is going to contribute federal funds, I mean, what happens then? What will you do if that's how he goes?
Well, I think you could clearly see that Donald Trump is threatened by our campaign. He's threatened by it because, like his, we've diagnosed the crisis in working class New Yorkers' lives, the cost of living. But unlike him, we're actually going to deliver on that. And that is a contrast that he can't bear to see. Because while he is spending $300 million remodeling a White House ballroom, the same amount of money that could provide SNAP benefits for 100,000 New Yorkers, he's trying to make it harder for Americans across the country to actually afford groceries. And this money that we're talking about, it's money that New York City is owed. It's not Donald Trump's to decide which city or state will get what money. This is the money that New Yorkers are owed, and this is the money that we're going to fight for.
Okay, so Trump is not the only one talking about you tonight. Elon Musk is actually talking about you.
What a pair.
And obviously Musk had supported him, was crucial to his election victory. They had their falling out, but they're back together again. Elon posts about you. Remember to vote tomorrow in New York. Bear in mind that a vote for Curtis, referring to Curtis Sliwa, whom I just mentioned, is really a vote for Mum Dummy, or whatever his name is. Vote Cuomo. All right. Why do you think he's speaking out against you? And obviously the personal insult is in there as well, mum dummy.
Look, I think this is one of the more expensive endorsements that Andrew Cuomo has ever gotten because it took $959 million in tax breaks that he gave Elon Musk for Elon Musk's pet projects back when Cuomo was the governor. And we're seeing the two twin architects of this second term of Donald Trump's presidency in the president himself and Elon Musk saying clearly to New Yorkers that their candidate is Andrew Cuomo. And they've picked Andrew Cuomo because they know that he will be the puppet that they want right here in New York City. And he's showing himself to not just be that, but also to be their parrot in the language that he's using to close out this election.
Okay. You talk about billionaires, and there have been some really wealthy individuals who have come out and put money in PACs against you in recent days, right? Former Mayor Michael Bloomberg among them. There are plenty of other business leaders who, in private, are afraid. They have concern. There are very few who actually will talk about it publicly, but one of them is Jamie Dimon from J.P. Morgan, and I'm thinking about this.
Everyone loves J.P. Morgan's head executive. That's the oh man, that's the name on the lips of every child. Oh, they can't stop talking about it. His charismatic, and they just have such a love for these big bankers that control wealth and the inequality of such thing. Oh, people will be so mad that JP Morgan now has turned his back on Mamdani. They'll be like, wow, I can't believe it. We thought he would have liked you, Zohran. Now we would never want to support you because we have to hang out with our cool, weird billionaire.
In light of Trump calling you a communist. Jamie Dimon did not call you a communist. He was more intellectual about it. He said, what does he really think? You know, he was part of that socialist democratic thing, which literally is more Marxist than socialist. And I read it, but I don't know what he believes in that.
He doesn't sound that intellectual about it. That socialist democratic thing. I read the thing. I don't know what he thinks about it, though. It's the thing.
All right, so I guess he's basically saying he's not really sure where you stand on things. But what do you say to that concern? Is Marxist something you're comfortable with?
No, I'm a democratic socialist, and I've said it time and again. When was that quote from Jamie Dimon?
From Jamie Dimon. It was from Fortune last week.
Okay.
A Fortune conference last week.
Because what he's also come out and said in public is that in our success, this is something that business leaders would also hope for the success of the city. And I put that forward to say that despite where New Yorkers may stand on my candidacy, whatever qualms they may have, they know that I'm actually being honest with them about my ideas, about who I'm looking to fight for. And that's sadly unique in this race. Because what you have is someone in Andrew Cuomo who spent the entirety of a primary campaign on the premise that he was the best suited to take on Donald Trump. And here we are with the chyron that Donald Trump is endorsing Andrew Cuomo.
So let me ask you, because that was October 17th, so it was actually a week and a half ago. But I want to ask you, because you asked me when he said that. Are you talking to him? Are people like that people that you're going to sit down with and eagerly work with, or not?
Look, I'll have conversations with anyone. And I've spoken to Jamie Dimon.
Some people have been upset about that idea, which I think is silly. Like, you want him to say, fuck capitalists. We'll never touch them at all, which is like, huh? Like, that doesn't seem realistic. Not even in like you have to bend the knee to them or whatever it is, but like to just explain things to them, right? Like, are you worried that they are so silver-tongued that they're going to destroy this? I feel like it almost makes you think that like they feel so corruptible in their own, depending upon, not everybody that has that criticism would have that, but like stand on business. And the business is, I'm not afraid of the rich. And if the rich come up and say, we'll make it worth your while, blah, blah, we'll try to grease the wheels. You should back up with us. We'll give you a charity in your name, whatever, right? They try to like, but you're just like, no, it's going to be this, that, or the other. But like by putting up the wall of like, I won't even talk to them, that just gives you, that opens you up to so many more of the kitchen table politics type of things where they go like, oh, he won't even, he doesn't do the decent thing. He wouldn't even talk to people face to face. He wouldn't he's not willing to hear things out. He's being closed-minded, all those other things, right? So I can think of so many people who are very centrist or very unplugged. And if they heard that somebody was like, one of the things that makes people look at the Ben Shapiros and the Tim Pools is that they present themselves as a person who's willing to talk and think things through, even if they're not really being that honest about it on both sides, the actual presenter or the person that says that they care about intellectual honesty of open doors and stuff. But it's still a big factor in a lot of people's ways that they see things. So I don't think him saying, I'm going to shut the door, fuck them, they should never exist, whatever it is, like, it would play well in very specific circles that are very plugged in. But most people are unplugged as fuck. And if they heard that, they'd say, that's crazy, right? So it's the best way to, in my opinion, to get the impact done that we want of a person that's saying these things should not exist, but also have general acceptability and also a much wider movement of people joining in. And then as they see more and more the benefits that are given, as they see more and more the vision, they become aligned like that themselves. There's room for people to have that messaging, but in a weirdly contentious and in a party that doesn't even want him to exist, that's not the right time to pull that out. You know what I mean?
Briefly, and I've spoken to a number of other business leaders across the city about my proposals. I know that there are disagreements around my fiscal policy, that I think we should raise income taxes on the top 1% of New Yorkers who make $1 million or more a year by 2%, or the fact that I think corporations' top tax rate should be matching what they pay in New Jersey. And still, there is room for an immense amount of agreement on what it means to bring the city forward, and I'll always leave that door open.
So, okay. So let me just ask you about President Obama. I know that you had a conversation with him. What was that conversation about? Your most recent one?
I appreciated the conversation with President Obama, and we spoke about both
the New York Post headline is that he's not endorsing you.
Yeah, well, the New York Post has a lot of fun with their headlines, to put it lightly. It was a conversation where we were speaking about the importance of hope in politics, the delivery of that kind of an agenda, and I also shared with him that the remarks that I had shared outside of a mosque in the Bronx not too long ago was inspired in part by his remarks on race of a more perfect union many years ago. And I think there is often a tendency in our politics to think solely in a 24-hour news cycle, and the need to sometimes step back and speak to the soul of a city and not just the cycle of that city.
Do you think that he, and he's never endorsed a mayoral candidate, so that's why I'm making the point. Of course, he wasn't going to endorse, but do you feel that he has your back? That there's
I mean, this is different. I don't think that it would have been, oh, how could he never? This is the New York City mayor's race. Obviously, with the amount of attention that's been put on this for an incredibly long period of time, I can see it makes complete sense for him to endorse. So to act like, wow, he would never endorse because it's a mayor's race. It's just like, this matters more than some governor's races. What do you mean, right? And he's endorsing fucking, Virginia's governor, right? So what?
Because there are plenty in the Democratic Party who are scared of you too, and they don't know whether you're going to succeed, if they're going to sit back and watch. Do you think he's someone who's going to be in there, in it with you?
Well, I appreciated the president offering to be a sounding board, and that's exactly what we see as what the future of these next few weeks and months look like. It looks like speaking to those who've been in these very kinds of positions and putting together a team that reflects the best and the brightest.
People will like to hear that. I don't love to hear that, but I understand that people would like to hear that. And what's being said there is all about what you want to read into it. Me, as a centrist Democrat, I read in, oh, wow, he will include the Obama, Buttigieg, Cheney's. That sounds great. Me, as a fully believing leftist, is like, wow, he's going to put in people who are actually committed to leftist policies and, you know, solidarity and stuff. And then me as a non-believing leftist person is going to believe that he's going to put in the centrist thing despite me wishing that he didn't, right? It's all about what, you know, your specific lens, the tint that you put on it is how you can read into that message. So as long as people are looking with a lens that is neutral to positive, that message is successful. And it's only really not successful when the lens is negative. And let's be fair, a lens that's negative is always going to see something in a negative. So I think it's a well-crafted message that is never a lie because it's leaving out the exact line. Now, I don't know if Erin Burnett, the lady that also was lying about the rubber bullets being things that the protesters were throwing on the ground that were somehow exploding and then causing the police to be so disturbed that they have to fire back. Complete insanity, like either incompetence to the level of what are you doing out there, or complete willing to lie, right? Neither are good. They are both bad in their own ways, and you can argue one is more evil than the other. But I wonder if she's going to try to hold him down and notice that this is a well-crafted, lens-based answer, and let's see if she wants to have him clarify.
The city and this country has to offer, and then delivering on this agenda. And that's what actually terrifies Donald Trump and Elon Musk and even Andrew Cuomo the most. It's their fear that we will, in fact, accomplish the things that we have campaigned on. And that's one place where they're actually right.
All right, Zohran Mamdani, thank you very much. Obviously, we're hours away.
I think she kind of went like this. I think she was getting talked to in her ear about like, all right, we got to go. Time's up.
Yes.
Hours away here. Are you ready? Do you expect it's going to be a big night for you?
I'm hopeful. I'm confident, but I'll never be complacent. But look, if people want to vote for Donald Trump and Elon Musk, they should vote for Andrew Cuomo. If people want to vote for change, they should vote for me.
All right, Zohran Mamdani, thank you.
Even though Obama, Mr. Change himself, didn't say it, because I'm the real change. It didn't change with him. It'll change with me. Bring it home, buddy. Bring it home. Bring it home. I forgot that it was a Monday, so let's get filled in. Auto pin. Oh my God, what a title. Somebody just say, fill me. Flirt.
We've got to talk about this MAGA right-wing civil war because it's actually been going on for a bit, but it really heated up with this one interview. Because we had former Fox host and now podcaster Tucker Carlson bringing on the leader of the white nationalist Groyper movement, Nick Fuentes. Now, you know, with
My soda's out. Let me go grab another one.
that, Carlson himself has been called a white nationalist by critics for a long list of past comments
what?
he's
Oh,
made,
I did the wrong
especially his
button.
promotion of the so-called Great Replacement conspiracy theory, which suggests that there's a scheme to gradually replace white people with non-white immigrants. You know, even for
Why doesn't this work? That's weird. Supposed to work, but it's fine.
Carlson, for many, Fuentes was seen as a uniquely far-right guest, especially when it came to anti-Semitism. And while you had people sharing moments from Carlson like this,
what I do think is bad, just objectively bad and destructive, is the all Jews are guilty or all anybody is guilty of anything, because that's just like not true.
you also had people sharing clip after clip of this nearly 2.5-hour interview where Carlson seems friendly and sympathetic.
You know, I agree with you on some of the things you're pivoting against for sure.
I'm an American nationalist.
Me too. Worrying about who lives in your country is far right.
Apparently, there's a lot of these neocon Jewish types behind the Iraq war. There's the foreign aid complex.
What the fuck? Also, what a way to set it up there, Phil.
Which is really unique. It was the Zionist Jews like Dave Rubin, like Ben Shapiro, like Dennis Prager.
Fox is not a Jewish business, though.
Well, Rupert Murdoch is an ally of Netanyahu.
I'm not that interested in the Jews, but I'm very interested in the foreign policy question.
We do, on some level, need to be pro-white, not to the exclusion of everybody else, but recognizing that white people have a special heritage here. You say identity politics like it's a bad thing. I think identity is a reality.
I mean, why am I surprised? But I'm surprised that he's doing it on Maine. But Tucker Carlson has always been the flirtatious, the the dangerous dog whistles that are not quite as high pitched as others. You know what I'm saying? Like people might hear it a little bit.
Identity is a reality.
Right, and so the full interview, it gets millions and millions of views. The clips, they go viral, pick up tens of millions of views across multiple platforms, and of course you then have people reacting. And among those, you had Ted Cruz, who also had a very hostile interview with Carlson not too long ago, and he said,
"If you also had a hostile interview? You saying that was a hostile interview with Fuentes?
Sit there with someone who says Adolf Hitler was very, very cool, and that their mission is to combat and defeat global Jewry, and you say nothing, then you are a coward, and you are complicit in that evil."
Right, and that as you had Republican and former Senate leader Mitch McConnell saying, "Last I checked, conservatives should feel no obligation to carry water for anti-Semites and apologists for America-hating autocrats."
Stand by. '90s. Obligation to carry water for anti-Semites. Okay.
So maybe I just don't know what time it is. But then also, someone with a lot of sway in the conservative movement came to Carlson's defense, Kevin Roberts. Right, he's the president of the Heritage Foundation, one of the most
I'm somewhat proud, but also ashamed to not know the name. But then as soon as you say the Heritage Foundation, I go, oh, okay, of course. But I'm like, who the fuck? I guess it's important in conservative spaces because I'm like, who the fuck?
prestigious right-wing think tanks in the country and the creator of Project 2025.
Christians can critique the state of Israel without being anti-Semitic. The Heritage Foundation didn't become the intellect.
Ew. I don't like it that the Heritage Foundation is also, what are you, a fucking, also, you're not even doing it right, man. They're too wide. You can't throw word by word fucking captions when it's this wide. It looks weird. My eyes are scanning across the screen. You can't do, it's got to be one space you look. You don't get it. Of course you don't get it. You're a fucking lizard person. Also, trying to co-opt the language of people who are like trying to stop a genocide and trying to get equal rights for people worldwide to defend your conservative viewpoints is frustrating. Only because they notice that it's finally winning are they signing that, okay, we can use that line too then. Literally been backing Israel to a certain extent.
Intellectual backbone of the conservative movement by canceling our own people or policing the consciences of Christians. And we won't start doing that now. We will always defend truth. We will always defend America, and we will always defend our friends against the slander of bad actors who serve someone else's agenda. That includes Tucker Carlson, who remains, and as I have said before, always will be a close friend of the Heritage Foundation.
With him then also adding that he disagrees with and even abhors things that Nick Fuentes has said, but that canceling him is not the answer. But then with that, you had others strongly disagreeing with, for example, Matt Brooks, the head of the Republican Jewish Coalition, telling Jewish Insider that he was appalled, offended, and disgusted that Roberts and Heritage would stand with Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes as somehow being acceptable spokespeople within the conservative movement. And now you also have Ben Shapiro jumping into the mix, throwing punches at both Roberts and Carlson.
It is not cancellation to draw moral lines between viewpoints. It is not cancellation to refuse to signal boost Hitler's support.
Are they woke now? Are they woke? Are they saying it cancellation is about consequences? Cancellation is about crimes? Hey, hold on. Since when? Hold on. What? is Marjorie Taylor Greene gonna like take off the canceled fucking mouth guard and then start talking about the evils of anti-Semitism? Oh, he has another book. Oh no, Ben.
Like Nick Fuentes. It is not cancellation to criticize Tucker Carlson for rhetorically fluffing Nick Fuentes and other anti-American crackpots.
In fact, Shapiro dedicated his entire show today just to the Carlson-Fuentes controversy, and he didn't mince his words.
They are white supremacists. They hate women, Jews, Hindus, many types of Christians, brown people of a wide variety of backgrounds, blacks, America's...
And we agree on some categories, but just not a couple of them.
foreign policy and America's Constitution. They admire Hitler and Stalin.
With Shapiro then warning that they're now being normalized within the mainstream Republican Party, and then adding,
the main agent in that normalization is Tucker Carlson, who is an intellectual coward, a dishonest interlocutor, and a terrible friend.
Now, with all this...
Damn, he hurt you that bad, huh? After all these years? Whoa.
For context, Shapiro's involvement here, it is likely something that he would already do, but
also he's on the outside, man. He fomented this fucking space. He conflated and said, hey, these people are anti-Semitic, but they like Israel, so I'll sleep well tonight. You push that, you ratcheted it tighter and tighter, and then you finally fall off. Asmongold gets fucking recognition, and then people go alternate media who used to be in the main media and kick you out. Tucker Carlson has more emotion than you do, and now you're mad about it. Too late, buddy. You fucked it. You fucked the whole world up in some extent. And now you're acting like you're better than it? I don't think so, dude.
So it is personal, right? He's fought with Tucker and Fuentes before, but they also brought his name up a lot during the interview, right? With Fuentes saying that he was actually a fan of Shapiro by the time that he went to college in 2016, having befriended many writers from the Daily Wire and getting cultivated as an up-and-coming right-wing debater. But then, according to his account, they first butt heads over Israel.
I tweeted to Ben Shapiro. I said, I've never seen anything on the Daily Wire that's actually critical of Israel. He quote tweets me and says, to accuse a Jew of dual loyalty is the surest sign of anti-Semitism. So then I put out another tweet similar. I said something like, if you're China first, you should live in China. If you're Mexico first, you should live in Mexico. If you're Israel first, maybe you should go live in Israel. And again, he quote tweets me and says, you're an anti-Semite.
So you're an 18-year-old college freshman, you're clearly talented and you're engaged, you're really interested, and you ask not crazy questions like, what is this?
Just asking questions.
And rather than explain it, they just call you a racist, call you an anti-Semite.
And so he claims that after a few months of what he said was just asking questions about Israel, he was finally excised from the movement. And with that, he claimed that the Daily Wire was pivotal in blacklisting him. This even though, in his words...
And not to be that guy and say that thing, but like, my best friend is a Jewish person.
Right, but on his show today, you had Shapiro going on the offensive, playing a series of clips meant to prove that Fuentes' beliefs had extended far beyond just innocently questioning U.S. support for Israel. With Shapiro playing clips where it appears that Fuentes is saying that women actually want to be raped, instructing his followers to kill, rape, and die in his name, oppose civil rights.
Yeah. Yeah. Crazy that a supercut of Nick Fuentes being a racist can now be collected even from Ben Shapiro's channel. So they're not hard to find.
For women, arguing that Jim Crow wasn't a big deal and was actually better for black people, stating that racism is justified, questioning the history of the Holocaust, and calling Hitler really fucking cool.
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well...
I mean, like, think of all the years that they went after good faith and positive people, and it's like the ADL constantly going after Hassan and not going after Nick Fuentes as he builds and builds and builds, and they try to deplatform someone else who literally fights against anti-Semitism, right? And then, oh no, what have we done? Oh no, what did we let fester in our fucking socks? Oh no, oh no, oh no, and it's like, it's your own decision, what you prioritized.
He was also really fucking cool.
Though also with that, you had people defending Fuentes kind of landing in three camps or in a mishmash of them. Right? Some seeing those clips and just saying base. To others have said some of these.
Oh my gosh. Asmongold, what the fuck?
Recent takes, and others saying that they're out of context. But then with all this, you had Shapiro turning to Carlson, with him playing a series of clips where Tucker apparently defends Vladimir Putin, defends the Venezuelan president Nicolas Maduro, gives a softball interview to the Iranian president, downplays Hamas, and ties Jeffrey Epstein to the Israeli government. And with all this, you had Shapiro pointing out that Carlson also recently interviewed Candace Owens, who herself hosted Nick Fuentes before that, and arguing that this is a pattern.
You bring your dirty, ugly ideologies to Tucker Carlson's rhetorical car wash. He mixes it with some of the vestigial respect Americans have for him from his Fox News days, and voila, hideous ideas suddenly become mainstream. But there's no question that Tucker has become the most...
I mean, that's not an incorrect way to look at it. It's just so funny coming from the guy that started and played a major part in a lot of this.
Virulent super spreader of vile ideas in America.
You know, also in this situation, Shapiro, he wasn't the only high-profile commentator targeted by Carlson and Fuentes, because they also talked about Mark Levin and claimed that he...
Leopards ate my face. I don't even know if that's the proper way to use it, but it all feels like it fits. It's interesting to see, you know, you almost thought you'd never see it. I don't know if we're at a place. I think if America gets better, if things get resolved and fixed, I think if the economic pressures, the lack of a future that people see in themselves, if that moves forward in a way that's positive, and then there's an actual healing that can happen inside of just the overall psyche of America, this being a thing might actually put a negative taint upon this entire side of intellectual thought. It depends upon, I guess, how fast it happens and how well they try to clean up the mess and hide it, right? I could see how this could get forgotten and the ball just gets moved down the field and everything keeps going as it used to. But I can also see how this could destabilize the entire sort of like Heritage Foundation, Project 2025, all these think tanks that have had their fingers in different pots, moving these pieces around, creating these astroturfed, fake grassroots sort of, you know, alternate media places that are not that alternate at all. To them losing all that ground and people get better in their lives, all of a sudden they ignore these things and then things could just be, you know, that's the hopeful part of my mind, right? Yeah, I am too hopeful. Sure, yeah. It all continues along the idea of, I never wanted the accelerationist path, but god damn it, look at this. We've accelerated. Someone put a brick on the fucking gas pedal here. What the hell, you know? Like, so if there was ever truth to the accelerationists' ideas that this is how you accelerate dramatically to then finally awaken people, it could be what that looks like. Most people ever protesting in a single day, grandmas with gray hair telling the lady that, you know, she's glad Charlie Kirk is dead. Insane things happening, right? And then things culminate over. They see fucking what I assume is going to be Trump trying to wage war with New York City. It's going to escalate tensions beyond. And then hopefully, I don't know, President AOC comes in 2028, you know, like, who the fuck knows? Crazy, you know, who knows? I don't know. World fixed, you know. Timelines reconvene from the moment we diverged. I don't know. I want to believe.
Was actually the one who first radicalized Fuentes in 2016.
He goes live and he says, America's becoming a majority non-white country. Does anybody think that's a good idea? And I was thinking to myself, yeah, that actually doesn't sound so good.
Right now, while speaking before the Republican Jewish coalition, you had Levin.
That was one of the things I always, because people would be like, "Oh, white replacement," and I would always go with the generic lib or Democrat response of like, no, that's a lie. No, that's not true. No, it takes too long and it's not like that. But the real response is, why is that bad? Tell me why that's bad. Look, if this city's whatever rate continues, Hispanics will outnumber whites. And then you look them in the eyes and say, why is that bad? And then they need to try to tell you, because they're expecting you to also think it's bad. And then to refute that it's the truth or something. But they never really expect you to just ask them straight up. And then they have to go, because I want whites more. And then it's like, what the fuck are you saying, man? Like, I thought you're friends with them. You're only friends with them because there's less of them. What the fuck are you saying? You know, it's just like, it's the craziest thing that like never even was originally a part of my framing. You know what I mean? And it's just like, oh, that is so much more direct to the point, and also the better way to even frame your own head around the idea.
And shooting back at them.
For 6 months, I've been fighting these bastards, whether it's Tucker Carlson or whether it's Nick Fuentes.
Oh, it's a monitor behind him. I was like, what is happening with like this thing? I guess they wanted to be able to be ambidextrous with whatever they want to put behind them like that. So they didn't want to like buy a bunch of tarps, but yeah.
And I've been looking over my shoulder looking for help. And you know what I found? Nothing. What do you mean we don't cancel people? We canceled David Duke. Donald Trump canceled David Duke. We canceled Pat Buchanan.
How fast did they cancel these people? I mean, that's not my memory. I mean, maybe the specific Republican Jewish coalition or something, but like, they seem like they were sticking around quite a while.
We canceled the John Birch Society. We canceled Joseph Sobran. We canceled pornography on TV. We cancel stuff all the damn time. Hitler admirers, Stalin admirers, Jew haters, American haters, Churchill haters, you're damn.
Ooh, Churchill haters. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Bro, you got to cancel my ass hard now. I mean, not because of like the racist weirdo ones, but because of like a couple of those last ones.
I'm right, we're going to cancel them and deplatform them.
And then, there were also others who got caught in all this. Not just Ted Cruz, but George Bush, Mike Huckabee, John Bolton, and others getting lumped together by Fuentes and Carlson as so-called Christian Zionists. And with that, you had Tucker in particular accusing them of heresy and saying that they've been infected by the brain virus that is neoconservatism. For now, we're going to have to wait to see what happens.
What a way to cover this topic from Phil. I mean, because Phil has always been anti-Nazi, right? That's been his thing. So him to cover this story in the way that he has is really, I don't know if Phil's trying to toe more of a, I want to be as objective as possible in his framing of things. But I would have expected him to be way more libbed up about this specifically. And it's maybe because it's too deep cut on the Republican side. I don't know.
Happens, yes, in the long term, but also even just this week. Or the Carlson Fuentes interview kicked things off. You now have Shapiro, but there's going to be a lot more back and forth happening. Though again, it didn't all stem from this podcast. These fissures, they've been widening for months now, if not years. So arguably, I think the biggest mover in the last year or so has been what Israel did in Gaza. Lots of hearts, minds, opinions, viewpoints have changed. But again, that's just one aspect of a multi-front issue. And so with all this, as we wait to see how this MAGA civil war plays out, I'd love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions here. And then there's more we're going to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me say, between gas, groceries, Snap, claim free store, times more cash back than filling up, and I saw the Upside offer for 10% off per gallon. Save a few dollars right there. And so this app, find out.
I think that was the thing that Stream Elements was like, you should use this.
25 cents. Let's talk about MAGA world losing their minds this weekend over this picture, because you've got a bunch of teachers from Tucson wearing bloody t-shirts with the words "problem solved" for Halloween. And to many MAGA, this was a clear reference to Charlie Kirk. And it really seemed to kick off when you had.
I was thinking just gun violence in America in general or something. I wasn't really sure what it was supposed to mean.
Andrew Colvett, a spokesperson for Turning Point USA, writing, "Concerned parents just sent us this image of what's believed to be teachers mocking Charlie's murder."
I mean, it could be doing a lot of things. Did Charlie Kirk specifically say problem solved often? Did he? Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking like, did he ever say that? Like, there's a gun control problem is like what I'm thinking it's supposed to be. And teachers are being told to be armed. Teachers are supposed to be able to like utilize these like anti-gunshot first aid kits, all these different things. So I'm thinking that's what it's supposed to be. Yeah.
Deserve to be famous and fired. With then other conservative leaders like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis then piling on and tweeting. It's been really disturbing to see teachers across the country glorify.
He's like, hey, Has anybody forgotten how fucking motionless I am? Time to start up the wagon again. It's X number of years until time to start maybe positioning for inheriting the throne. Okay, start tweeting out rage. Here let's go.
A murder just because they disagreed with the victim. Except, here's the thing, there was a major problem, and that actually ends up being a pun, with this narrative. Because turns out it wasn't a reference to Kirk at all.
There you
Vail
go.
School District Superintendent John Carruth quickly putting out a statement denying that and saying, "We want to clarify that these shirts were part of a math-themed Halloween costume meant to represent solving tough math problems. The shirts were never intended to target any person, event, or political issue." With him then going on to say that other descriptions of
math. What? That's crazy. What's with the blood? What the fuck?
this were false claims and unequivocally untrue. Though you also saw Carruth trying to be a bit diplomatic and saying that he understood how the image could come off badly and that we are, quote, truly sorry for the hurt or upset it has caused. So that also is, there was other evidence that this wasn't a reference to Kirk, such as the fact that the teachers wore the exact same thing last year, as many on social media pointed out. But
oh my God. Dude, that's literally the best proof you have.
of course, since this all went viral, the district and the individual teachers, they've apparently been getting harassed, leading to demands that Colvett and others apologize for getting it so wrong. And after seeing the evidence contradicting the claims that this was a Kirk reference, Colvett appeared to double down and wrote, "We've seen enough evils."
Oh, he keeps saying COVID in the captions. They are.
Since Charlie's murder that I'd actually be relieved if this isn't another example. That being said, it's a very weird costume for teachers in general, but after what happened to Charlie, I'm absolutely floored they wore it again. I do not believe for a second that all of them are innocent. Some probably are, but I believe others knew exactly what they were doing. However,
what they were doing, like they did a year before, did these teachers plan this to use this as cover?
it looked like other TPUSA members were more apologetic, with, for example, Blake Neff, a producer for the Charlie Kirk Show, writing that he realizes his proximity to the assassination makes it far more likely to see.
Like, it's totally, it's even reasonable for you as a person who's very connected to a certain issue to have gone too far and to overconnect. The only reasonable thing to do from that point on is to say, look, clearly I'm still in my grieving phase and I've overreached. And for that, I do apologize. But then they just become like the woke individual where it's like, ooh, you know, that shirt might be a microaggression for anyone who's ever had gun violence in their lives. And right. Like, and then they start realizing maybe that being rude and saying, you know, hey, this is triggering you liberal, you know, all that kind of shit is kind of fucked and kind of stupid. You know what I mean?
References to it, even if there wasn't one. But also, considering the evidence that the shirts were worn last year, he didn't feel like it was right to keep his criticism up. That said, though, some MAGA people, you know, they're outraged.
But like, well, still a stupid shirt, though. Still kind of weird, but...
And they've kind of moved the goalpost slightly, and they've written things like, the school district claims these teachers wore the same exact shirts last year. I'm skeptical, but okay, let's pretend.
What do you mean you're skeptical? Like, you see the exact evidence of the photo from a year ago. Do you think they've AI created a whole fake Facebook interface and then have the metadata from a photo? Like, what do you mean you're skeptical? What does that mean? That's AI, yeah.
And that's true. How is it okay for teachers to wear these shirts just 3 months after the public assassination attempt of Donald Trump?
That's not even the correct side. The blood would be on the side where the ear was. Also, he didn't get killed. The problem would be unsolved in this connected theory, right? It would not, the dots would literally not connect. The dot would have just grazed by. It would not be connecting.
It's not. It's abhorrent. And while you've had some agreeing with that sentiment, you've also had others saying that just sounds like someone trying to save face. But hey, yeah, this is a news show, but also...
how could the teacher wear this shirt after, you know, literally the day of, like, probably on that day they wore those shirts, there was a school shooting. How could they possibly wear their shirt when every single day is a school shooting, right? I mean,
it's a conversation, so let me know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions here. Then, next up in the news, I've got a fun little thing you get to stress about if you want. If you were like, man, there's not enough stress in my life. Because a new study has now linked regular melatonin use with the increased risk of heart failure. So one, we should talk about it because you're gonna see this in the news, but also two, because if you're one of the millions of people who use melatonin all the time, experts say that you shouldn't panic, at least yet.
To me, it sounds like a causality, because people that use melatonin specifically have trouble sleeping. And maybe if you have trouble sleeping, you have heart failure. But melatonin might not cause heart failure. It's just like, that would be a thing to look into more, right? I guess this is just because I've been alive long enough to have been, distracted by a headline and go, whoa, right? Enough times and then realize, wait, a lot of times these headlines are just clickbait, right? Like now, I guess we've now become like inoculated to clickbait, where before it was so powerful that at least now we're not willing to just fall into, maybe not all, because sometimes Kara gets really freaked out by things, but she'll get there.
Because specifically, the study analyzed 5 years of data from over 130,000 adults with an average age of 55 who have been diagnosed with insomnia. Within that subset, the researchers found around 65,000 people who had been prescribed melatonin and reported taking it for at least a year. Because while you or I, we might be able to walk into a drugstore and buy as much as we want over the counter, outside of the United States, there are other countries that require a prescription, like, for example, the
Weird. Usually America is the one that's more restrictive of things, but I guess they're happy to sell.
UK. Well, notably, patients
So we have unregulated melatonin and other supplements in general. So I guess that does sound like the American model to a certain degree.
locations weren't available to the researchers. They did account for a number of other factors that could influence heart failure risk, like various health conditions. And to conduct this study, the researchers compared the health records of the 65,000 people who had been prescribed melatonin with other patients who had insomnia but no record of taking the supplement.
Okay. So these are also trouble sleeping people versus trouble sleeping people. Okay.
What they found is that people with a recorded long-term melatonin use had about a 90% higher chance of heart failure over 5 years compared with non-users. So also the actual number of people who had heart failure is still relatively low. We're talking like 4.6% for recorded melatonin users and 2.7%.
True. That's a good point, is that the 5 times can sound insane, but technically that's 5 times a small number, which is now small number.
For non-users. But then also beyond that, researchers found that people who took melatonin were nearly 3.5 times as likely to be hospitalized for heart failure and nearly twice as likely to die from any cause than those in
Going to be hospitalized for heart failure makes sense, because if you die of heart failure, it may not be the first time you've ever experienced it or even experienced the symptoms of it. So you would be likely to then go to the hospital if you are experiencing that, but not ready, your body's not ready to die about it yet. So that also tracks. That it also sort of builds up over time. It doesn't just pop all at once. Nearly twice as likely to die from any cause. So that's just like any death, right? The non-group.
melatonin group. So you might look at that and get freaked out, especially because melatonin use has become so prevalent in recent years, right? With many viewing it as a safe, more natural sleep aid. I mean, a 2022 survey found that more than 1 in 4 adults reported taking the supplement to help them to sleep. But also, I'll say, before you panic, there are a few important things that we need to break down here. First of all, I'll say that the study hasn't gone through the rigorous peer review process, so it's still considered.
I would appreciate if news articles, any kind of publicizing thing, would have to heavily lead with non-peer-reviewed weight before they can push it forward. Because I'm a bit dumb when it comes to the total requirements of what makes something peer-reviewed or not. So a lot of times when I see certain things, there's the expectation that it has been peer-reviewed to some extent. Like when you see a document that's classified, there's a giant red stamp on an angle that says classified. I'd almost want to see like a giant stamp that says peer reviewed when you first at that first page, whether you know it or not. You know what I mean?
To be preliminary. And then beyond that, the study also had some very significant limitations that could pretty dramatically impact its finding. Right, the biggest issue by far is that the group of people listed as melatonin users were categorized that way only because they were prescribed the medication and had it noted in their health records. So the data, it doesn't account for people who could be taking it over the counter without a prescription. So it's very likely that many of the insomniacs who were identified as non-users actually did take melatonin for an extended period, but it just wasn't in their records.
So if both groups had it, that would then mean this other group that was... So the control group was less controlled, but yet the control group that was not controlled properly still had significantly less deaths. That's weird. I guess there's a possibility that there was more differences than they realized between the two groups that then was the underlying cause of the difference. But that would require there to be something that they didn't foresee, but then somehow only still hit the controlled side versus the uncontrolled side, or vice versa.
Is because maybe they live in America or one of the many other countries where you can get it over the counter. Right? And all of that, as experts noted, that the health records analyzed here lacked important details about the severity of the insomnia among patients and whether those prescribed melatonin reported changes with their sleep patterns. Right? Because quality sleep is incredibly important for heart health. Research shows that people who get poor sleep, they tend to have higher heart rate.
I see. So if you're prescribed melatonin because your sleeping is so poor, even over the counter doesn't work, and then maybe even when you're taking it, you're still not, because just because you're prescribed doesn't mean that it's actually working for you. But if it's not working for you out of the normal over the counter, you're likely to at least get a prescription. So these could be incredibly severe versions versus the unsevere. That makes sense.
Rates and blood pressure and experience more cardiovascular events. So if the patients taking prescription melatonin still were not getting good sleep, it could skew the results. And with that, you had an associate professor of cardiovascular medicine at Yale School of Medicine explaining, if they had such bad insomnia that they needed prescription dose melatonin, were they actually getting the benefit of the melatonin for sleep? And if the answer is no, then you cannot have a correlation that melatonin causes heart failure. With them then adding that it's more
the beauty of other peers.
likely that insomnia could be contributing to declining heart health and heart failure. You know, even the researchers behind the study acknowledged that it had major limitations, with the lead author saying, this doesn't prove that melatonin directly causes heart.
Yeah. I also, most of the time, you'll find that finding at the end, for sure. Whenever I've read, or at least skimmed through the different, like, pre-made out groups between, like, the sort of like the summarization of the findings, the different things that you'll find on like the PubMed things or whatever, or the National Institute of Health, they'll have these little groups that you can kind of like skim to and get to the sort of the bite-sized bit that you can actually understand. And they'll always say, like, more research is required, these are just things, whatever.
Failure. It simply shows that people with chronic insomnia who took melatonin long-term were more likely to experience these outcomes. But still, he argued that the fact that they found a link at all, it's still notable and it needs to be studied further. Adding, melatonin is generally viewed as a very safe supplement, as something people and even physicians don't usually worry much about. So we honestly didn't expect to see a clear signal linking long-term use with higher rates of heart failure, hospitalizations, and death. Right? And that's something
I do appreciate that scientists are like, yeah, I didn't think this would even be an issue, but you know what? We figured we'd look at it. Just classic scientists, just addicted to observing and looking into things, just to be sure. You never know.
Experts agree on arguing that these findings, they raise questions about whether melatonin is more harmful than we think, and it highlights the need to study the medicine further. But for now, you've got some medical professionals saying that, there's no need for people and healthcare providers to change things up, especially because some of the past research actually suggests that melatonin might have health benefits for people with heart failure. Some noting that it's an antioxidant and could help protect against coronary artery disease, which can cause heart failure. But that said, experts still advise that melatonin should be used carefully and under supervision, especially for people who have cardiovascular risk factors.
I'm fat. I got a risk factor right there. I've always thought about how I'd rather not mess with sleep aids as much as I can, because it seems like trouble sleeping is one of the more just awful. Trying to think of a way to say it without being like too hyperbolistic, but it's like, just seems fucking terrible. Miserable is probably the word I was looking for. So I have a pretty good time sleeping. There's always the occasional, didn't feel that super rested, and then kind of in this weird quasi state. Like even today, I woke up, took me a couple hours to really get the brain on, right? And I thought I had some pretty good sleep. I thought I had a good number of hours, but a weird dream catches you in a loop, or something else. So it's nice to keep it natural, because if I get myself stuck on a thing and then reliant upon it, then I'm constantly chasing. It's like when people get addicted to weed. They need more and more weed all the time, and then it's like a brutal cycle. And then like overdoing so much weed then has other negative effects, and then you have to try to like rebalance yourself, and then you have these weeks where you just feel like shit. Fuck that.
And then we'll get back to the news in just a minute, but first let me say, get up. It's definitely grab simple. Right, so Nigeria is an extremely
I wanted to talk more about this.
Peace President Donald Trump has now threatened to go guns a-blazing into Nigeria. And he said the reason for this is that thousands of Christians are being killed by radical Islamists and the government's doing nothing to stop it.
I'm probably not going to get much more than what I've already read into it because it's a surface level, just getting into the topic. But from what I've read, there's about 50-50 split between Muslims and Christians in Nigeria. And in the north, where it's more populated with Muslims, is where most of the killings are happening. And when you look at the groups of the people that are being killed, it's mostly Muslims that are being killed. But there are some Christians being killed as well, obviously. And there's a particular, fundamentalist Muslim group that's killing both. They're like, you're not the good enough Muslims, killing them. And then also you're Christians, killing them, which doesn't sound like a good thing based off of the framing that's been presented, right? But the idea that they are wantonly killing Christians and keeping Muslims safe because the entire state is in love with Muslims and hates Christians is dumb, because half and half. And also this one fringe group seems to be causing the issue, which is a problem.
So that is, you have experts saying that the truth isn't that simple. Right, so Nigeria is an extremely diverse, multi-ethnic country, but in terms of religion, its population of more than 230 million people, it's split almost equally between Christians and Muslims, with Christians mostly in the south and Muslims mostly in the north. And as far as the killing, the worst of it has been concentrated in the northeast, largely.
Holy shit. Yeah, they weren't kidding by concentrated in the north, especially if we go back. So Islam is more than half in that specific top right quadrant. And it gets more the more northwest you go.
South and Muslims mostly in the north. And as far as the killing, the worst of it has been concentrated.
And it's in a place that is a bit closer to 50-50, but still.
In the northeast, largely thanks to the extremist group Boko Haram and its years-long campaign to build an Islamist state. But also here, while Christians are targeted, most...
A perfect example of me being consistent and saying I don't like that Israel is a Jewish state, an ethno state, an attempt to have multi-tiered rights depending upon your ethnicity and or religion. To them wanting to do that, I'm also against that. I think that's bad, right? Easy peasy. I condemn.
Victims of Boko Haram and other armed groups are Muslim, right? Since that's the dominant population in the part of the country where most of the attacks are happening. Now, that said, in other parts of the country, there have also been clashes between mostly Christian farming communities and largely Muslim herders. And so religion, it's definitely a factor, but the conflict is also driven by land and resources. And overall,
how if it's land and resources between farmers and cattlemen or whatever, right? Making it about religion seems like you are distracting from the material conditions.
Data seems to back that up, with the US-based Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Program finding that nearly 12,000 attacks against civilians resulted in over 20,000 deaths in Nigeria from 2020 until now.
Because just thinking back on that, like, oh, look, if it's the roving cattlemen that want to let their cows graze upon the fields of others that own the land, that could be seen as bad. But if those people stole the land and are unjustly putting up fences and barriers and then shooting all those who let their things roam where they're supposed to be allowed, and that's bad too. Like, but I don't care which side is which. I don't care which religion is which. It's just about the rights of the people. You know what I'm saying?
385 attacks resulting in 317 deaths, being targeted events against Christians where Christian identity of the victim was a reported factor. And then also 196 attacks resulting in 417 deaths were against Muslims. And so with that, you've got a reason.
And then I guess, depending upon how, like, they're saying, oh, we just really hate that there's Christians farming here, that would be a Christian attack, right? Or the way around. Like, we really don't want these Christians bringing their cows here or whatever, right? That would be a version of the attack, which I guess maybe that's the case, and that's where it's a bit of a mixture. I was assuming it was more You have to be careful with some of this stuff, obviously, as we've seen in years past.
Researcher at the Institute for Security Studies explaining the crisis is far more complex than a simple religious framing suggests. The geography of violence largely determines who becomes the victim. But also, despite that, there are those who have latched on to the less complex narrative, including before Trump. Right? And that includes Senator Ted Cruz, who a few weeks ago you had him introducing legislation to designate Nigeria as a violator of religious freedom, alleging that, quote, officials are ignoring and even facilitating the mass murder of Christians by Islamist jihadists. Right? And then you fast forward.
But why? That's so funny because they're all people of the book, theoretically, right? Christians are people of the book. Jews are people of the book. Muslims are people of the book. These radical Muslims are killing Muslims. I sleep. These radical Muslims are killing people of a slightly earlier version of the book. I awake. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, I see that you really don't care about things in a certain light. You only care about things when it hits in a different light. Interesting.
To this week, and you had Trump writing on social media, Christianity is facing an existential threat in Nigeria and claiming radical Islamists are responsible for the mass slaughter of thousands of Christians and announcing that he would be...
I mean, if you consider Islam to be not an ethno-supremacist thing, and then this one branch is being ethno-supremacist, I suppose radical Islam would be the way to frame it, although nowadays radical Islam means anything from like free Palestine to whatever, right? So it's one of those like, okay, dude, kind of like bullshit things, which is upsetting.
Designating Nigeria a country of particular concern, and then adding, the United States cannot stand by while such atrocities are happening in Nigeria and numerous other countries. We stand ready, willing, and able to save our great Christian population.
Where was this energy, bro, when there was a genocide happening? There's been multiple genocides happening. Where was this energy, bro? What the fuck?
Around the world. And then with that, you had him not only threatening to end all aid and assistance to Nigeria, but he also warned the U.S. may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns a-blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. And
West Bank, dude, the West Bank. What about the West Bank? What about Sudan? What about the UAE doing these things in Sudan? I mean, it's obvious.
Adding, I am hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible action. But then Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth responding on X saying, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And repeating the allegations against Nigeria. Though all of this, as you had the Nigerian president denying them, writing on X, the characterization of Nigeria as religiously intolerant does not reflect our national reality, nor does it take into consideration the consistent and sincere efforts of the government to safeguard freedom of religion and beliefs for all Nigerians. But also with that, I will add, while Trump's claims are misleading at best, many experts say that he is at least right that the government could be doing more. Right, and with that, Trump mentioned making Nigeria a country of particular concern, and that is a real designation established under the International Religious Freedom Act of 1998 to describe countries that systemically violate religious freedoms.
Oh, you mean like Israel?
And you actually had the independent U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom recommending this year that Nigeria be put back on that list after the Biden administration removed it. Though also, notably there, the commission emphasized violence against both Christians and Muslims, writing, religious freedom conditions in Nigeria are poor as the government tolerates or is slow to respond to attacks by non-state actors who kill, kidnap, or threaten Christians and Muslims in the northern and middle belt regions. And so we're gonna have to wait to see how this plays out, but also something notable about all this is that while Trump is pushing this misleading narrative about Nigeria, he's remained silent as an armed group backed by a U.S. ally has been committing what is likely some of the most horrific violence of the 21st century. Right in there, I'm talking about what's happening in Sudan, right? Because the blood, it's visible from space. That's the result of likely tens of thousands of people being killed in the past week in the Sudanese city of El Fasher. Because as we've talked about, the paramilitary force known as the RSF, they took control.
You get a little bit of hope, which is still dashed by breaking ceasefires and stuff. I was not aware of all the problems that have existed in that side of the world. I remember when I was at work, a new employee that I was training was telling me that they were then going on Birthright, and they had trained up a bunch, and then they went on Birthright right after finishing their tests to see if they're skilled enough to, do the job on their own. And then they were gone for 2 weeks, and then they came back and they felt a little bit out, a little out of the loop, and then never really thought about it and what that meant and what it was supposed to be. I'd heard about it a little bit here and there from the H3 podcast and shit, but never really knew much about it beyond in the actual tensions, other than that's just the Middle East somewhere. I don't know much about it, right? I know America is involved in a lot of things, but also don't know a lot. Muslim scary to some extent. Not really like making its way all the way into my head, other than just a little bit, but it was definitely there. So to finally understand what's been going on and going, damn, but then also feeling like, damn, there's actually, a change happening feels. I couldn't imagine being involved in this struggle for, my entire lifetime. To then seeing the problem in Sudan, you feel like you got hope pretty quickly after joining in, and then you realize maybe there's so much more work to be done across the entire planet, which, if it's depressing, then it just means you got more work to do. And it just means that there's a good chance that you can actually make a difference in one way or the other, whatever small way it is. I never thought that I would be joining a picket outside of a Chevron, but now I've done 2 different events with it. I helped actually make some media about it. So not only was I there, but also I'm trying to get the bullhorn out, right? It doesn't always mean that it's going to be easy, and that it's supposed to be. It's fulfilling in ways that are not always based on success, because at least you're doing something.
Control the city on October 26th after an 18-month siege. And while many have tried to escape, relatively few have succeeded, with a Doctors Without Borders coordinator in the town, where most of those who have made it out have been arriving, explaining. Our question is very simple. Where are they? Where are the rest? And adding, our fear is that these people have been detained for extortion or got killed. And to that point, those who have escaped, they've reportedly been showing up with bullet wounds and signs of torture, with one survivor saying about her journey out of the city. There were bodies of men and women everywhere. Some people were run over by vehicles. While we were on the road, they took girls from our group, choosing them and dragging them away. You've also had the World Health Organization verifying an attack on El Fasher's last functioning hospital, saying that more than 450 people have been killed. And ultimately, we seem to be watching history repeat itself in a way that is unfortunately unsurprising, because the RSF, it grew out of the government-backed militias accused of genocide in Darfur in the early 2000s, when an estimated 300,000 civilians belonging mostly to non-Arab ethnic groups were killed, women were systematically raped, and millions of people displaced. And now you've got Nathaniel Raymond, the head of Yale's Humanitarian Research Lab, saying that the RSF is now finishing the liquidation of Darfur, and adding, this is the final battle of the Darfur genocide. Though also in terms of the intensity of the violence, you had him evoking the 1994 Rwandan genocide, where more than 800,000 civilians were killed in just over 100 days. And you had him saying that high-res satellite images that his team had seen, it showed activity that suggests mass killing on a level that can only be compared to Rwanda, and adding, we have never seen a velocity of violence at this scale. We're in the tens of thousands in terms of all the body-consistent objects on the ground. They are moving like a wood chipper, and they are killing everything that moves. And then with all that, we can't ignore the role that foreign powers, either through direct support or indifference, have played in making this violence possible. And there, as far as the RSF, its biggest backer has been the United Arab Emirates, which has been supplying money and arms to the group. And with that, you had Cameron Hudson, a former chief of staff to successive U.S. presidential special envoys for Sudan, saying, the war would be over if not for the UAE. The only thing that is keeping them in this war is the overwhelming amount of military support that they're receiving from the UAE. And then notably, with that, the UAE, it gets a lot of support from the United States of America, and we've seen very little pushback on that from members of Congress.
Just thinking about the one phone call element you could have ended. Tell them that you're not going to support them anymore if they don't stop this. That's the simplest, easiest way to. And you don't do it. You get mad at Nigeria. The killings aren't good. If they have the ability to stop those people, obviously things to do, but in the face of what you're seeing in all these other places, the priorities become very clear.
Right. Yes, you've had a bipartisan group of senators issuing a statement condemning the violence and calling for the RSF to be designated a foreign terrorist organization, and even noting foreign backers of the RSF and SAF, including the United Arab Emirates, Russia, Iran, China, and governments in the immediate region, have fueled and profited from the conflict and legitimized the
Are they just unwilling to notice?
monsters destroying Sudan. But for all of that, their statement doesn't call for any specific action against those countries. Now, you've also had
But why are they not looking at their own connection?
Senator Chris Van Hollen and some others pushing for legislation prohibiting arms sales to the UAE until it stops arming the RSF, but that doesn't seem to actually have a chance.
There you go. See,
right? Even if it
why does that not have a chance?
It did, which again, we are not saying it even has a chance. If it did, you'd still understandably have people asking, what could have been prevented by taking action sooner? None of this can be undone. But again, that's where we are right now, and we're gonna have to keep eyes on this. But that, my friends, you beautiful.
Just stop fucking giving guns to everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, just why do you do that all the fucking time? Does it help? They must see themselves. They must believe it to be true. Or they've eroded away whatever soul they have inside. I don't know, man. That's wild, dude. All right, let's see what they know about the DSA. What do they have to say about what the DSA is? The hell? Why'd it go again? Oh, wait, what? Yeah. Why is that doing the wrong thing? Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. I'm stupid. It's my own fault. I forgot which button I put on which thing. That's more related to my stuff. Oh, did I... What is this? Why is this right click stuck here? Okay. I've caused nothing but trouble for myself. Also, now I have a gigantic thing stuck in my URL thing. Hold on. Let me get this right. Didn't I have... I'm confused. Oh, okay, here it is.
As Zohran Mamdani's campaign continues to draw national and even international attention, well, my team and I took a deeper look at the state of socialism in America and Zohran Mamdani's rise.
Thank you, my friends. Three-term New York State Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani, a social media-savvy Democratic socialist, is on the cusp of becoming mayor of New York City. New York is not for sale! Mamdani won the Democratic primary promising free public transit, free daycare, more rent-subsidized housing, 200,000 more housing units, and city-owned grocery stores with lower prices.
That's the one that really makes me go, whoa, wait a minute. That's something really cool. Because that's different, man. In a way that's beneficial. Because, let's be real, for-profit grocery stores add another layer of profit between you and food, right? Like, not only is farming done for profit, not only is food creation done for profit, and now food presenting and selling is done for profit. There's multiple layers of multiple profits stuck between you and the food you need to live. When does it end? It gets to the point where people can't afford things. Even if you're worried about stuff like SNAP or whatever, them going to a store where the goods are cheaper is better, because then the SNAP goes further. Why let the SNAP go into the pockets of profiteers who are already making it harder for people to live? Government ran housing makes way more sense than for-profit housing of landlords. Government run food makes more sense than for-profit food, in my opinion. My fucking video that I'm going to be putting out very soon is about profit power. Electricity. Why is that ran at a profit? Everyone literally needs it, and we also don't have enough of it.
Than for-profit markets. New Yorkers know better than most that few things in life are free. Mamdani intends to raise taxes on the city's millionaires, a daunting challenge he would have to get through the state legislature.
What an interesting way to phrase this.
Mamdani's rise was aided by a relatively weak Democratic primary field, an unpopular incumbent, Eric Adams, and a scandal-plagued former governor, Andrew Cuomo.
And the billionaires got scared. Or,
Sure did.
as the New York Times would describe it, the Hamptons was basically in group therapy about the mayoral race.
Mamdani's given new visibility to the Democratic Socialists of America, a small leftist coalition first organized in the 1970s as part of a broader workers' rights movement. The DSA operated at the fringes of New York politics for decades and wasn't even a prominent player in the Occupy Wall Street protests in 2011. It gained some traction with Bernie Sanders in 2016 with his presidential run, even though Sanders was never an official member of the organization.
Millions of people are saying the status quo is not acceptable. We need a political revolution.
Mamdani's given the DSA new currency and a softer platform. Gone are calls to abolish police and prisons, replaced by demilitarizing police and adding social.
That has made some people very angry.
Workers to help police officers diffuse mental health and drug problems on the.
Not to go all anti-anarchist or whatever, but I think it's a great example of why I think government should exist, because the government is the one that can provide a service of a legion of trained individuals ready to deal with societal issues, and especially in this case, the mental health professionals, the social workers, all these different things that a lot of failings inside of society can be calmed and healed with that layer. And mutual aid does do incredible work, especially with the lack of support that exists all around. Literally, like the perfect example is like churches are the replacement of so many types of things that exist, like even down to like, you know, women's battered wife safe places and things. Like there's safe environments for young people and for just anybody that's in trouble inside of those organizations. But relying on those organizations to exist in all these places, in every rural area, in every municipal area, and to just somehow make do, right? They don't have the resources to pull to fill in gaps, to keep consistency going. That one person now can never take a vacation because they're the only sort of contact for so many people. They're sacrificing so much of themselves, whereas the mutual aid is, you know, the small version of what is eventually, you know, proper government, which is mutual aid on the largest scale, I guess, is the way I'm just sort of slowly getting to the point of. So while individuals and neighbors and like it takes a village to help raise a person and all these different things are all great and things that I agree with and would love to see more of, failing that, or as a constant just in case that's not available, or you just so happen to have a bad luck with whatever group you have around you, there's another option out there. That's the baseline.
The streets and in the subways. One DSA constant that has lingered through the years: support for Palestinian causes. Mamdani said that issue, more than any other, drew him to the DSA. In the closing days of his campaign, against the backdrop of international conflict, Mamdani denounced Islamophobia.
To be Muslim in New York is to expect indignity. But indignity does not make us distinct. There are many New Yorkers who face it. It is the tolerance of that indignity that does.
The DSA officially backs the so-called BDS movement, which stands for boycott.
So-called? What is this? Am I watching Fox?
Disinvestment and sanctions, tools to pressure Israel into granting more rights to Palestinians. This platform and other comments have led many to accuse Mamdani of anti-Semitism or overt hostility to Israel's right to exist.
For anyone to care about these issues, we have to make them hyperlocal. We have to make clear that when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's been laced by the IDF.
Yes. Trained. NYPD has a headquarters in Tel Aviv specifically. And they also train many of the police departments all across the United States because they're very connected.
Sanders gave progressives a new pathway to legitimacy within the Democratic Party, creating an opening for Mamdani. With Sanders earlier this year, Mamdani said the only way a socialist mayor, should there be one, can quiet skeptics and critics is to over-deliver on the affordability promises.
We have to reckon with the failures. And one of the first things I will be doing when I get to City Hall, with the help of each and every one of you, is to audit the entirety of the work that we do and that we fund. Because we need to deliver excellence.
That's it? That's crazy. I don't even understand what that was supposed to try to like lead you to think. CBS News going wild with their CBS Newsing now. Bought by Barry Weiss. Yeah, we watched this already. Democracy now. Democracy now.
On Friday, President Trump held a lavish Great Gatsby Halloween party at Mar-a-Lago just hours before the estimated 42 million people lost SNAP benefits. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy wrote on social media the way he rubbed...
Wait, was it a costume party? Is this guy going as like a zombie or something? No shot that there was like blackface at this event, right? Because like, that's like a thing that's been going around as conservatives doing blackface. They would have gotten a picture of it. I was making jokes, say, "Oh, look, he's going as a pumpkin, haha, orange." But I was like, "Wait, there is costumes going on, and like flapper style, whatever. Maybe he's just gray. This guy. Maybe he had like a prank cigar explode in his mouth, and he has like the soot left over."
His inhumanity in Americans' face never ceases to stun me. He's illegally refusing to pay food stamp benefits while he throws a ridiculously over-the-top Gatsby party for his right-wing millionaire and corporate friends, unquote. And a piece for the Financial Times headlined How Gatsby Foretold Trump's America. The University of London literature professor Sarah Churchwell writes, quote, "The novel's prescience lies not in foretelling specific events, but in diagnosing a culture where power enjoys impunity and cruelty rubs out its traces. A society run by careless people. The unheeding brutality of so-called world builders has returned most recently in the dark fantasies of Trumpism and in Silicon Valley's fatuous motto, move fast and break things."
Interesting with the last bit there. I remember reading the book in pieces because I never actually finished a book in high school. Just kind of like faked my way through everything. Remember they got into a car accident and killed somebody or something. They were drunk driving or something like that. That's all I really remember of this book.
She wrote. For more, we go to Montgomery, Alabama, where we're joined by Kirk Kernutt, professor and chair of the English department at Troy University. Montgomery is where Zelda Fitzgerald was born. The professor teaches F. Scott Fitzgerald, The Great Gatsby, served on the board of the Scott and Zelda Fitzgerald Museum in Montgomery, now executive director of the International F. Scott Fitzgerald Society. We thank you so much for being with us. Professor Kirk Kernutt, as you saw this party play out in Mar-a-Lago, as millions could literally move into hunger in America, your thoughts? What did The Great Gatsby, F. Scott Fitzgerald, teach us about the times then and perhaps a warning about the times today?
Well, I think it's fair to say that those of us who have spent our careers studying F. Scott Fitzgerald were horrified and sort of felt like, Mr. President, you've ruined so much already. Why must you sully the Great Gatsby? It's really horrific optics, and it really perpetuates, I think, a misreading of the Great Gatsby that troubles many of us. Gatsby is sort of famous for its lavish party scenes, but I think what people often miss is that the entire thrust of the book is to critique that conspicuous consumption and the wastage that goes on.
I was pretty sure that was, yeah, I mean, that was at least from the lessons or whatever. It wasn't like, dude, they're rich and it's awesome. It was about like the pain that exists within, it doesn't make them happy and it's bad.
In these sorts of events where all of our values are becoming more and more tenuous.
Who in The Great Gatsby do you see personifying President Trump, and why?
Well, it's very interesting because for the past 50 years, there's been a tendency to equate presidents with Jay Gatsby. It started with Richard Nixon, believe it or not, in part because the 1974 movie was going on during Watergate. And it usually refers to people who come outside, the outsider, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama. But with Donald Trump, I think we really do have the first instance of a president who is the villain of the novel, Tom Buchanan.
And if you could talk about the fact that April was the centennial of the publication of The Great Gatsby, what do you see as the enduring message about a society run by careless people? And as you looked at Mar-a-Lago, the millionaires and billionaires around President Trump, your final thoughts?
Well, my eyes kind of went to the servers and the people that are working this sort of extravagant party. And they're in the background of Gatsby, too. I see a huge difference because the people that attended Gatsby's parties were not necessarily rich people. They tended to be people that were interested or sort of drawn to the exuberance of life. And in many ways, they're not unlike Gatsby. So it was a sort of a taste of a life that they probably weren't ever going to get in the real workaday world. When I look at Trump's Mar-a-Lago, it just seems it seems something right out of the Satyricon, which is a story that Fitzgerald drew from as he was creating the novel. So it really, there's no irony or no self-critique there as this spectacle is going on. And it just demonstrates again that a lot of our great literature can be used for spurious purposes.
Kirk Carnett, I want to thank you for being with us, Chair of the English Department at Troy University, Executive Director of the International F. Scott Fitzgerald Society, joining us from Montgomery, Alabama, the birthplace of Zelda Fitzgerald, the wife of the author F. Scott Fitzgerald. Thanks for watching.
They have such a unique style. I didn't have a lot to add on that one just because I don't know enough about the book, I guess. Seems totally expected for him to have some big gross party thing in this exact moment in time. You'd think that he would want to, like, oh man, government shutdown, oh man, having to fire Democrats, oh man, no air traffic controllers, et cetera, whatever. But then, like, just host a giant party, whatever. I mean, I guess it's Halloween, gotta do something, but I don't know. Kind of odd. But not odd, but like you think it's just bad canonically. Like you just see how it plays against you. But I guess he's just not worried about it. Must be. All right, Nancy Pelosi on her way out. Get out of here. Get out, Nancy. She's hanging up the fucking, I don't know, the girl boss gavel that she had. She's hanging it up. But she has some closing words.
We're here in San Francisco at a Yes on 50 rally. What's the closing argument for Prop 50?
Goodness. Goodness. It is about who we are as a state and, of course, as a nation. The fact that The president knew that he was going to lose the House, and he then went to Texas to pick up more seats. It behooved us to then counter that. So people say, oh, well, I don't like either of that. And I said, well, we have to defend democracy. But it's not just democracy. My view is that you save democracy at the kitchen table.
So this isn't, I mean, it's loser talk to not do it when they've been doing it as long as they've been doing it. It's loser talk if you are in a position of understanding of let's see. Redistricting gerrymander project. Good, better than average, average, poor, insufficient data. Want to know which parties are gerrymandering which. According to this, red states are poor. Orange are average amount of gerrymandering. So green are safe. Oh my God, literally like crushed Fs all around. House is surprisingly okay. Pass. I don't know what pass means. Wow, they really don't do shit, do they? That's crazy. No data on Vermont. Oh, look, they don't have representation. Oh, interesting. I just wanted to know the difference between the two sides. Because I'm under the impression, and I could be wrong, but it's the impression that, yeah, there's gerrymandering. Both sides do it, but if you really look at it, here we go. Republicans drew approximately 177 versus 49. So if you're like, I don't like you gerrymandering, you should rise above it. That's his loser talk, right? You're going to lose. Now, if you are truly trying to be fair about things, you should be, okay, well, how much do they gerrymander? You can gerrymander one back for everyone that they do, and then try to make gerrymandering illegal or not okay. But when you're already down 3-1, over 150 versus 50, less than 50, you know, it's like, okay, so that's, you're already so outnumbered that you should do a little bit of it, but then to say, ew, I don't like stooping to this level. It's like, what, do you just want to lose? Now, if we were doing it as much, if not now more than them, you could be like, well, maybe we shouldn't, you know, stoop to this level. That's, you know, an argument about, you know, how you want to like sell your soul or whatever to win power. But like, if you're already super fucking down in the numbers, then of course you're going to fucking do it. What the fuck are you talking about?
By meeting the needs of people. It's about goodness. By goodness, I mean you do not say that when it's time to feed the hungry, according to the Gospel of Matthew, that you as Republicans say, we just really can't do that. In fact, they took over $150 billion out of their ugly bill, which they called beautiful, from SNAP, from the food stamp program. I just think that's totally wrong. In fact, I think it's evil.
So are you suggesting that the president's not a good person?
I'm saying that his policies are not good. I don't know what his, I don't know. Let's not go into that.
Okay. But let's go into a little bit about what this is about, though, Proposition 50, which is about redistricting California. Arnold Schwarzenegger, who's against Proposition 50, who helped put independent redistricting, has suggested instead of changing the rules, you should outperform Trump, don't out-cheat Trump.
Classic Republican move to come into a heavily Democratic state and say, no, this one should be fair. All those other states can be grossly unfair, but this one should be fair. Because I know that means it's going to steal away seats from the Democrats. So, pathetically thin framing.
Why do you have to change the rules in the middle of this? Democrats should be competitive as is. How do you respond to this concept that this is like cheating?
I always say to people who are no longer in the game, enjoy your retirement.
Wait, that's going to be you.
We're in the fight, and this is how we're going to win.
But what about the merits of what he's talking about? That
I don't think it has
essentially
any merit.
that if you're living in a place like Huntington Beach or Norco, these deeply red areas that will now have Democratic Congress members most likely, how is that good for you in terms of democracy?
The fact is that the president wanted to rig the system because he knew he would lose. People said, well, two wrongs don't make a right. We don't like redistricting decade. We don't think that that's right. But the fact is we have self-defense for democracy because this is a president who's doing what he's doing to reinforce abolishing the House of Representatives, getting rid of the beauty, the exquisite beauty of the Constitution.
I know you've said the focus is on Prop 50. I know you've said you won't talk about your future until after Prop 50, but there is speculation about what you're going to do next. Can you talk to us just about what the thought process is? How do you weigh the personal and the political?
Well, first of all, when people start, as in the press, speculating, is she going to run, is she not going to run, other people file or say they're going to run, you know what that does? That gives me so much support. People calling me saying, I'm for you, I'm for you, I'm for you, representing organizations, representing communities that some of these people are leaders in, but calling and saying, if you go, I'm with you. So it's a lovely thing to see as a friendship. I have no doubt that if I decided to run, I would win. That isn't even a question. It isn't arrogant, it's competent. So for me, it's just a question of one thing, winning the House for the Democrats. And that's what we're doing with Proposition 50.
Do you think the Democrats have a better chance?
I would say anybody that would look at Nancy and see, I mean, anybody that sees this action and goes, gross, I don't like Nancy for the reasons I don't like her, whoever this person is, and this is gross. Turn the mirror and see that over 150 are done by the Republicans in 19 different states versus under 50 in 7 states for the Democrats. And think to yourself, do you feel as equally as negative? Because you should. You should feel over 3 times as negative towards those, because you're talking about one state trying to do what they have done in basically every other state that they could possibly do it to. That's crazy, right? If you want it to not exist across the board, then redistrict every single one or something, right? You know, create some fucking board to get rid of all of it all across the board. But the Republicans wouldn't do that because they would then lose. Because for the longest time, they have not had the majority. Only with some of the most hilarious elections possible have they ever slowly clawed near the popular vote, even in like presidential runs, let alone fucking House and Senate stuff. Dude, what would it look like if it was not the way that it currently was? If 100, so if you zero them out and see what the difference is, right now there is a 120 something advantage number of redistricts that are done, which then implies that would be, let's even just say 100 more seats in the House. That would flip it supremely in the Democrats' favor. All the moderates that say we can't do things because we have these delicate seats now out of the question. I don't know. I wonder if they would become more middle if that was the case. It would be really interesting because that would just be the slow death of the Republicans overall, because they would just never have a foothold and conservatism would just die out to some degree. Because it would have to. because like the Green Party doesn't exist because they're losers. They lose. There's no point. Nobody wants to like rise up as a loser. You know what I'm saying?
Of winning the House next time around if you're on the ballot.
No, I'm saying if I'm out there politically active. Yeah, no, politically active.
So Scott Wiener, who's the state senator for this area, who has talked about
Wait, no, I'm thinking of Anthony Weiner.
running
Sorry.
for your seat many times, has deferred to you many times, recently got into the race.
Yeah.
Did he give you a heads up? Was that with your blessing?
He gave me a heads up, but I think he's more concerned about other people getting in. And why don't you talk to him about his thing? No, I thought, you know what my message is to all of them?
Yeah.
Fight for Proposition 50, and then make your plans about what comes next. And that's my message to all of them. So some have participated, some not at all. We haven't even seen them. I have said I won't do anything until after Proposition 50. So tomorrow night will be very fraught with meaning for all of us.
So obviously, one of the big things about Proposition 50 is for control of the House, and we're seeing right now what a Republican House looks like. We're seeing the shutdown. You've been in there, you've negotiated, you've found off-ramps for men who have strong egos. So what's the off-ramp for this shutdown? What's a deal that allows President Trump to save face, that allows Democrats to get what they want, and gets, most importantly, the government back open?
Well, I would say that the off-ramp has to be meeting the needs of the American people rather than the face of what's his name. Now, you said something about the Republicans in the House of Representatives. They have abolished the House of Representatives. They don't even want to take a vote on anything. It's very strange. They fear Trump. They're puppets of Trump. And Trump doesn't mind shining the light on the strings. He makes them look terrible. Public sentiment will open up Congress, not saving face for the, what's his name?
What's like one word you'd use to describe Mike Johnson's leadership?
Puppeteer. Oh, puppet. Puppet. Yeah, puppet. It's sad. He's probably a very decent person.
Do you talk to him at all? Does he ever?
Not lately. He doesn't talk to. We aren't even there. It's not a question of talking to him. There's nothing there. There's no there. Understand this. The only person that he takes any advice from is insistence, demands from the President of the United States.
I mean, as somebody who reveres the House of Representatives itself, I mean, more than just about anybody.
He's such a weird guy.
How does it make you feel to see what's happening in the House right now?
Our founders did not want to have, again, how can I say this? It'll sound like I'm awful about Trump because he's just a vile creature. The worst.
That's what they put as the quote.
Thing on the face of the earth. But anyway.
You think he's the worst thing on the face of the earth?
I do. Yeah, I do. Because he's the President of the United States and he does not honor the Constitution of the United States. In fact, he's turned the Supreme Court into a rogue court. He's abolished the House of Representatives. He's chilled the press. He's scared people.
Chilled. Yeah.
Who are in our country legally, but making them smashing into their cars and the rest. Now, I don't even know if I want to even go into that, but that's a whole other story.
But
I mean, she's not wrong on those things. She stands in the way of all things that we're supposed to prevent and then are meant to fight back against that. And that's probably an impossible pill for her to swallow because she believes in the norms and she believes in the rich and powerful in this case. It's fun to see her upset, but it's not a better villain. You know what I'm saying? It's not like the enemy of my enemy is my friend because Donald Trump is more of my enemy. You know what I'm saying? Like in this situation, Nancy would be more my friend, which should not be the case, right? But against Gestapo, illegal, criminal, horrifying, there's a greater evil for sure.
Does that not inspire you to want to stay and keep fighting?
I want to win big tomorrow night. That's my goal.
If Prop 50 passes, the entire country, when? So you're confident? You think it's going to pass?
Definitely.
So the entire country is watching, California. What's the message that California is sending to the rest of the country?
So I think the message from our win is one of hope. We've drawn the line. Speak out. Lincoln said, public sentiment is everything. With it, you can accomplish almost anything. Without it, practically nothing.
Wow. So you know the quote. I didn't know that quote. And yet you don't fight for defunding the police. You just kneel with the kente cloth, right? Like, you can fight for policies, right? Even if for some reason it's not popular because of maybe even counter messaging, like trans sports or whatever. You could fight for it. Public sentiment, the knowledge, the you can put yourself out there, right? I don't necessarily want to see Nancy Pelosi on podcasts, but it's just like, basically, it's just more of a condemnation of, or a judgment of her years. She believes, and it was very influential, is very influential, is very powerful, but got some amount of complacent to some degree, in the sense that despite knowing this is the important thing, you willingly did not wield it to a certain degree. You did not evolve with the times to a certain degree, and then you lost the mandate of the people, and then allowed this slide and slip to eventually take hold on your watch if you were so powerful and so supreme. So it's funny that she brings it up, because it just gives more weapons to use against her and her own legacy as a whole, which I guess is not the thing that she would want to hear. It might even literally imply that she would then want to stay in to fix a problem or something. But I'm just more or less saying that, nah, you know, it's definitely a "what have you done for me lately" kind of thing. But I am happy to hear that she would step down. But she already like put Hakeem Jeffries in, which is like a complete piece of shit loser that everybody hates. Literally, the fucking polls are down, you know? So sucks to suck. You act like you care about the problems that are existing, but you put them into play. The part of me that wants to be as charitable as possible is always fucking fighting against it and kicking out. So I don't want to seem like I'm being extra sympathetic to a person that I can literally agree with my dad about how she sucks, right? Literally, her husband gets to just steal from America by having all the insider trading and can outpace literally every trader in all history, right? What the fuck? That's bullshit, right? That's literally criminal, right? You talk about bad and evil and bad intentions, like that's literally the fucking shit that's going on. What the fuck? So,
But for public sentiment to prevail, people have to know. You know, see, I always wear these bracelets. You reminded me of them. I wasn't even going to bring it up. But if you, and it's faith, hope, and love. If you have faith, if you believe in the goodness, charity of others, it gives you hope.
Classic.
Now people can believe that in the goodness of our country. That gives them hope. And that's when my spirit.
That just sounds like complete nonsense to me. I don't really, that's baseless, pointless, useless. Sure, lady. Yeah. Sure, grandma, wheel her away, you know.
Spirituality, my faith in all of this comes with a strict separation of church and state, but with a commitment to goodness.
Do you have a reaction to this new Jonathan Karl book about what President Obama said to you after Kamala Harris got the nomination?
I haven't read the book. I heard that, no, after she got the nomination?
According to the reporting, that President Obama called you and was frustrated that you endorsed her quickly, and that he wanted their...
The fucking nobody. What do you care, fucker?
That way. It wasn't quite that way. It wasn't quite that way. The President of the United States endorsed her. Mm-hmm. I had always thought that she would be stronger if she won a process. Not that it would take her place, but if she emerged from that, which she probably would, since she had the endorsement of the President of the United States, and that was, I think, the perspective that President Obama was. But once the president, and it happened, he endorsed her. That was it. Now, it's funny that he said that because on the other side of it, her supporters said, I was one of the last people to endorse her, which wasn't even true. But I think I got from both sides.
No win. Yeah. That's normal. That's politics.
But the president, President Obama is, he's our hero. It's nothing to compare him to, so his view is very important. And I do think we would have been better off if we had a process. But there wasn't probably enough time if the president was going to make an endorsement.
Lastly, I mean, clearly you're in a reflective mood right now. And just when we think about the most important leadership lesson from you, not even just for politics, but just in terms of everybody in their everyday life, what do you think is the most important lessons we can learn from your story?
Well, I always say to the members, and they tell me back that it was the most useful, is be yourself. Know the power of you. In the history of the world, there's been no one like you. And your authenticity and your just the power of you, the certain person you are, is really what is something that the country needs and society needs, and if you don't even go into political arena. I also say to people, this morning we were laughing about this, treat everyone.
She sounds so old. It's crazy.
As your friend. But know who your friends
are.
I think that alone is not a terrible framing. To me, that is a bit of, to me, I read into that as a charitability, a call for charitability, right? Whether or not that's true. Let's see. I think we got a couple of more good ones. Yeah, let's do this one. Opioid money being used to fund law enforcement across U.S. investigation finds. Opioid settlement money used to fund law enforcement. How about just U.S. law enforcement? Save some room on that title.
Over the past 2 decades, state and local governments have been able to secure more than $50 billion in settlement money related to the opioid epidemic in the U.S. But that money
it's a crime that the Sackler family got to get out some funds that are put into a fucking trust and into stocks and blah, blah, blah. They get to write it off. They get to claim no wrongdoing, slap on the wrist compared to the literally poisoning the entire world with this type of drug knowingly, willingly, not even just like, oh man, we just didn't see it coming. It's like, no, we saw it coming and we wanted to make money off of it. It's crazy how much evidence there was of them knowing precog about it and then trying to downplay it. Anyway, but now the money that gets made then goes to fund police. Is it because police happen to use it more often specifically? I'm just confused what this means. Because to me, this is a police keep stealing money from everybody, even the money that they're supposed to get from the evil, opioid epidemic problem. The police are somehow still getting in the way and intercepting that money.
money might not be going where you'd expect. Many of those settlements with major drug companies outline how the money should be used, but a new KFF Health News investigation finds that in 2024, more than $61 million was used to fund law enforcement. The CDC says more than 500,000 people died from an overdose involving opioids between 1999 and 2022. Earlier this year, all 50 states approved a 7.4.
One of the people that grew up in my neighborhood died of opioid overdose. fellow, went to school, graduated the same year and everything.
$4 billion settlement with Purdue Pharma, the maker of OxyContin, over the company's marketing of opioids. For more, let's bring in the author of that article, Aneri Patani. She's a senior correspondent for KFF Health News. Thank you so much for being here. So as we mentioned, there are suggested outlines as to how state and local governments should use the money from these opioid settlements. What are some of those suggested uses, and how much money is actually going toward that?
So the uses are pretty broad in the settlement. They define addiction pretty broadly and try to put different buckets of ways that the money can be spent. So things that would prevent an addiction from developing in the first place, money going towards treatment, making treatment more accessible or helping people pay for treatment, things that would help in long-term recovery like housing or...
Imagine the types of private enterprises that are laced along the way of all those different things, which is unfortunate, but a thing you can't really get away from.
Or getting legal aid for folks who have a record, job training. So there's a wide variety of ways that the settlement says the money can be used. And what our tracking project that we did at KFF Health News, along with partners at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health and Shatterproof, what we found is that a good chunk of money is going to those sorts of things. But there is also a lot of questionable spending happening.
So in your investigation, you found drug busts, arrests, they can actually exacerbate the overdose crisis. So what did local officials tell you about why they're choosing to put the money toward law enforcement rather than those other means that you mentioned?
Yeah, so I spoke with local officials all over the country, different parts, who are putting that money towards buying tasers, buying drones, buying police cruisers, gun silencers. And what I heard was a really common theme that this is the tool that we have to address addiction, especially in rural places. A lot of folks were saying, we don't have a treatment facility, we don't run any treatment, but what we do.
Well, that's what the money would be great for then, wouldn't it? Isn't that kind of the whole point of giving the money, is to then create these things that will then actually solve the problem of what they've created?
Do have is a police department or a sheriff's office. And you know what? Our constituents think that those efforts are effective at treating the addiction crisis, at combating it. The problem is, as you mentioned, research does not support that. There's a lot of studies that suggest that when there are more drug busts and arrests, it deters people from calling 911, and overdose death rates actually go up.
So what are your other takeaways from this tracking project?
She's doing awesome.
So in addition to the law enforcement spending, there's been a lot of interesting spending in the prevention realm, things where elected officials say, you know, we need to be investing in our children and preventing the next generation from becoming addicted, which I think is a goal that by and large everyone I've spoken with agrees with. However, how it's approached seems to vary widely, and we saw spending on public concerts, spending on sock hops where people took a pledge to remain drug-free, on an MMA exhibition, all these things that officials said, you know, would stop addictions from starting, and that a lot of researchers and experts in the public health realm are just incredibly skeptical that it's going to make a difference unless it's part of some broader initiative that addresses these topics with kids over time. These one-off events are not effective.
All right, Aneri Patani, thank you.
A promise ring. What the fuck? That's crazy. All right, new details on that Halloween plot of the ISIS-inspired. Very curious about this. Now, I don't trust CBS News in general to do a good job based off of the different things we've seen, and also very wise controlling and whatever, but let's see.
An alleged terror plot was foiled by the FBI ahead of Halloween. The FBI says 2 men in Michigan.
God, this camera and this green screen thing that they have here always looks like ass.
Brought guns and ammo and trained at gun ranges and planned to conduct a terror attack. CBS News Justice correspondent Jake Rosen has the details.
Because, like, in this situation, now just to be a bit of a TV nerd, like, depending upon what the actual even floor looks like, you don't even have to have her framed up into this type of a frame. It can be a very tight shot of her with a camera of reasonable quality. You can even see the green glowing onto her from the edges and shit. She's definitely in a big green section. Proper lighting on her, separating her from the background, would then eliminate that cast. But it seems like they're zoomed out insane on a wireless camera with, you know, transmission loss and bit rates and stuff to then frame up a thing entirely when you can just composite her even live into a thing the moves that you have to animate shit on the screen and to move it around to reframe her into the side corner, whatever, could all be done. I don't think this is legitimately a wall of video and monitors, because it's not, right? This is the cropping of the video here. And then this is just some fake CGI bullshit.
Terror attack. CBS News Justice correspondent Jake Rosen has the details.
2 Metro Detroit men are facing federal charges after the FBI thwarted a, quote, potential terrorist attack that was allegedly targeting Halloween weekend in Michigan last week. There are a total of 5 people referenced or mentioned in the criminal complaint filed over the weekend in the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Michigan, and of the 5, 2 are named in the criminal complaint, Mohammed Ali and Majed Mahmoud. Another unnamed person is described as a juvenile, and 2 others not named are described as co-conspirators. The 2 men had acquired high-powered weapons and practiced at gun.
Also learned that co-conspirators, non-indicted co-conspirators, could literally just be people that they talk to. It could be their parents. It could be a person that drives them to school. It could be all kinds of things. So whatever. I'm assuming that these are going to be the story. The story's oldest time in this type of stuff is neurodivergent kids of an Arab descent that they honeypot into agreeing to do a thing that they would never be able to capable of doing in the first place, but then catching them and saying, look, we caught terrorists, right? So that's because of that false narrative that they presented commonly and consistently. And this appears to be the similar thing, is why I am skeptical to begin with, because they have a history of not being positive actors in this, which, you know, I'm not just saying I'm shitting on them for the sake of shitting on them, it's shitting on them because of the history of the background that they've done. And this is all following along those lines.
Ranges and were scouting LGBTQ plus bars in suburban Detroit for a possible attack, authorities said Monday in the filing of terrorism-related charges against the pair. The FBI affidavit at the center of the charges said the 2 men and their co-conspirators were inspired by the Islamic State group's extremism, according to a 72-page criminal complaint unsealed in federal court. Investigators say a minor, only identified as person 1, was also deeply involved in the planning discussions. Mahmoud had recently bought more than 1,600 rounds of ammunition that could be bought for and used for an AR-15 style rifle, and both practiced at gun ranges, the government alleged. A search of their homes resulted in finding tactical vests, backpacks, AR-15 style rifles, shotguns, ammunition, and loaded handguns, as well as GoPro cameras, the FBI said.
Theoretically, all those things are independently legal in America, whatever, but this is also the FBI's framing and whatever it is, but it's also not impossible to have actually solved a thing and caught a thing. There is a bit of a panopticon more than ever before with information that's out there. So I guess it depends upon if it was them in a chat room that they are sort of doing the egging on, or if it was just a thing that they just happen to have information on and there's no agents independently involved, right? That would help understand that it was less of a setting it up thing. Because also America's a deeply hurt country with lots of problems that could lead to shit like this happening spontaneously without fucking direct intervention. So I'm not trying to pretend that that also is impossible.
The FBI also added that the men repeatedly referred to, quote, pumpkins in their conversations, a reference they say is to the Halloween attack. Before making arrests Friday, FBI agents had surveilled these men for weeks, even using a camera on a pole outside a Dearborn, Michigan house, according to a court filing. The FBI, the filing said, also tailed
Case in point, Panopticon.
the men to local gun ranges and secret meetings in Dearborn, Michigan parks. Attorney General Pam Bondi said that the law enforcement involved in this takedown are, quote, heroes who prevented a terror attack. The 2 men were charged with receiving and transferring guns and ammunition for terrorism. They made brief appearances in federal court Monday and will remain in custody at least until a November 10th detention hearing. Back to you.
How many times are white supremacist killers on their radar and then never get looked into? And then all of a sudden, 2 Islamic background individuals, they're all over it. Cameras, neighborhood ring cameras, tailing agents, all logs. Again, and these could be, you know, piece of shit assholes ultimately failed by a lot, because they were so young. It ultimately failed by many things, but also, willing and setting up to do something terrible, even if coached into it or whatever. I expect more out of my agencies. Catching this and stopping it is good. And if it was not actually a bit more of an orchestration, that's good to catch it. I just would expect to see more of it is all. Especially considering the amount of direct funding and shit that they get. Before I get to that one real fast, couple of things. These are good for later. I do want to finish up my shit and actually get my thing filmed and maybe even edited before I go to that watch party today. So I might end it a little early. There's stuff from Nigeria that I wanted to cover too, but some few longer videos. Oh, this is kind of fun. This is under my weird category. I gotta find a better way to mix up all these tabs and stuff. I think there's a couple of lurkers, whatever it is. So I love when people chat, but also I want to be able to provide and also keep myself practiced at doing these things. We were talking about the Atlas 3i Atlas thing from before, and then they said in a couple of weeks we'll know. And this is, I guess, a little bit later. And there's apparently signs of non-gravitational acceleration. Whoa.
And finally tonight in the future of everything, I don't know about you, but I spent the weekend refreshing for...
Also, when he says, and finally, classic television news where you fill out all your stories of a bunch of shit, right? And then you have, depending on how long those stories take to do live and live news or recorded news or whatever, or live to tape news, you will have different packages that are a bit more evergreen and also a little bit of like, well, okay, now for something fun, a palate cleanser at the end here. Something to just throw in here to keep your attention for the last little bit because we kind of ran out of meat, and this is a little bit of sugar. So that's kind of, to me, it says like kind of what kind of story this is. So
updates on our favorite interstellar visitor, that comet or question mark 3i Atlas. It is up to a little bit more strangeness. Now, last week, we told you that 3i Atlas was getting way brighter, way bluer as it got close to the sun. Well, now there is a new report from NASA that shows that 3i Atlas might be picking up a little speed in, quote, non-gravitational acceleration. But what does that mean? Well, basically, it means it's being propelled by some other force besides.
I did not realize that when they said it's in the dark side of the sun, they meant that it's just behind, it's very outside of the orbit. I thought it was like very close to the sun or something.
Gravity, maybe it's thrust.
Because this was the dark side, because it was just literally between us and the sun at that point in time.
From burning off of chemical compounds as it got near the sun, which happens occasionally. It would be natural for comets. They usually burn off some of those chemicals, and that's what you see in that big cloud afterwards. And we would see a very big cloud around it once we get a very good visual soon, but we haven't yet. In the meantime, the hype is in overdrive with headlines jumping straight to conclusions. Alien ship uses engine. I mean, we're not there yet. But before we jump to any of those conclusions, let's go straight to the source on everything interstellar travel. That is Harvard's Professor Avi Loeb, back again to help us break some of this down. Professor, always great to see you. So you were hinting at...
from that shot from before, I thought that was like review of the week guy.
Professor.
I thought he's like going to be like sitting there in his car eating a hamburger. He looks kind of like that little kid. Or he's not even a kid. He's probably older than me, but.
Always great to see you. So you were hinting at a little bit of this the last time we talked. Now, non-gravitational acceleration, like how much acceleration are we talking here?
Well, thanks for having me. It was data from the ALMA observatory, which is a millimeter wave set of sensors that presumably detected the 3i Atlas as it approached perihelion, closest approach to the sun. And what it discovered is a deviation by 4 arc seconds in right ascension from the expected path. And that's very significant, statistically significant. I calculated, given the level of acceleration that they inferred that was reported on the Jet Propulsion Lab website for 3i Atlas, that corresponds to evaporation of about a sixth of the mass of the object to give it that kind of a boost as a result of recoil. It's a very significant fraction of the mass of the object. And I calculated it based on momentum conservation. The material flowing away from the object in one direction gives it a kick in the opposite direction. There is no way out of that. And under relatively conservative assumptions about the escape speed of the molecules or dust particles from the object, one gets that a substantial fraction of the mass of the object had to be evaporated. So that means that if it's a comet, a natural comet, it should be surrounded by a cloud of gas that carries 5 billion tons or more. And the object itself was losing a significant fraction of its mass. So that means when we look at the 3I Atlas after it goes...
Damn. I did not know. I mean, I guess it's fucking, they say it's the size of Manhattan, but it's hard to comprehend a rock that big. So I guess it makes sense that it would be that many tons if you have a rock the size of a 2D square area. Because like what, if you lift it up, like in like the TV shows and cartoons and shit, there's always like this big, like diagonal sort of like triangle underneath a mountain when you pick it up, or like a piece of landmass. So like what is actually the full area of Manhattan? Like, is it, you know, it wouldn't obviously go all the way down to the core of the earth. It would be just some chunk of the crust, you know. So what, you know, what would that weight be? I have no way to fucking comprehend.
Out of hiding behind the sun, and that should happen within a week or two. If it's a natural comet, we should really see a very bright, massive cloud of gas, and perhaps even a cometary tail that is extremely bright around it. If we don't see that, the question is what propelled it? And there is no way out. One way or another, we should figure out the nature of the object. If it evaporated, if 20% or so of the mass of the object got evaporated by sunlight, then we will know its nature, because that's a substantial portion of the mass that the object was made of to start with. And we can figure out what composition that material has.
It's 20% is such a large number, and yet, you know, it makes me think of the last time we saw something like this, Oumuamua, which you studied so closely. We didn't see that type of cloud around it. That was another interstellar visitor. What else could be going on here?
So in the case of Oumuamua, it occurred to me that it could be the sunlight reflecting, bouncing off its surface that could push it. And in fact, 3 years later, there was actually another object discovered by the same telescope in Hawaii. It was given the name 2020 SO, discovered in September 2020. And that one ended up being recognized as a rocket booster from a launch in 1966 by NASA.
That's crazy. Oh my God, our trash.
Because we were able to infer the composition of the surface of this object, which was stainless steel, using an infrared spectrograph. So it was clear that one was artificial. It was pushed by reflecting sunlight because it was hollow. And so that led me to suggest that maybe Oumuamua was also artificial. In this case, we do detect gas around it, even when we found it, even when it was far from the sun. The question is there much more gas now? And it's possible because it got brighter. If we don't see that very massive amount of mass of gas around it, then you know, there might be something else propelling it. You know, a spacecraft obviously can, in principle, have an engine that will not produce such a massive cloud of gas.
Yeah, or like you said.
So I think he's trying to say, if I'm being able to understand what the fuck is going on, if it evaporated, and that both releasing and also mass loss is creating this acceleration, you would see a large amount of gas cloud around it because of it's lost so much weight. There'd be a tail of gas and also gas around it. But if you don't see a cloud or a tail, that means that instead of it being a lot of particles coming off of it, you have something different pushing it. which could be like you'd almost think a tail is a booster because a booster, you know, chemtrails, pushes. You see the gas behind it, but maybe in space it's a little bit different. The idea of sunlight being able to push something is kind of crazy because you don't necessarily think about light having mass. So then hitting it and then bouncing off would then create this pushing effect. I guess there's something to it. I'll leave it to the fucking eggheads to figure it out. But some gross looking turd of an ice cube flying through. It doesn't really seem like much to me, brother.
I mean, even a large stainless steel or stainless nickel, shape that is being pushed by this. All of it is wild. And yet, the most frustrating part, when are we going to see images? What's the latest with your quest to try to get some of the images released that NASA already has? It may not be public because of the government shutdown. And when are we going to see land-based,
I forgot about that element.
Earth-based observations? Because I know that's right around the corner, right?
Right. The high-rise camera on board the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter took images of
yeah, it went right by Mars. It was super close to Mars.
Atlas when it came closest to Mars. That was the 2nd and the 3rd of October, more than a month ago. And I tried to reach out to the principal investigator of that camera. I didn't get a response. And I corresponded with Representative Anna Paulina Luna, who...
Dude, that's like... from my area. What? I don't know if I'm in her district or not, but like I see her ads all over the place. What?
Brilliantly decided to send a letter to the acting...
That's so funny that the Republicans are tuned into this so much.
Administrator of NASA.
Even when they showed the wall of all the different things, New York Post, like all the cranks are into this.
Sean Duffy. She sent it on October 31st. We haven't heard back from him. However, he immediately responded to a tweet from Kim Kardashian, who asked, what is the tea about 3i Atlas? And he responded to her. And my complaint is that in terms of priorities,
is he drawing clocks? Is he going, what is this?
He should respond quicker to a letter from Congress or to a scientist who really wants to analyze that data. And unfortunately, we didn't hear back. So,
well, what did he say to Kim Kardashian?
As of now, the claim is that this is a result of government shutdown. I think it's inappropriate to withhold the scientific information from the community because we are planning future observations based on what we know about 3i Atlas.
We will continue to push for answers, hopefully.
Yeah, it seems crazy to be like, I'm not getting paid, I ain't gonna do it. Because it's like, I don't know, like, I get that element, but it's like, aren't you a person? Yeah, that's the weird thing to me. Like, if you can't log into your government computer or you can't drive to the office to download it, okay, but it's like, I don't feel like that would always be the case. And like, it doesn't seem like it has anything to do with, maybe, I don't know. It's so, there's so many things like the spontaneous relevancy, the attention, as soon as you give up your stuff, then you're gone. I don't know. Maybe just completely don't give a fuck. Maybe they're annoyed by this because they're fucking telescope people and they're like, oh, now you care. Okay.
Kim Kardashian will continue to push for answers and hopefully you'll get your answers sometime soon. Professor Avi Loeb, thank you so very much.
We thank you for watching.
What was he saying at the end there? He was going off. Okay. Do a couple more. I don't want to just run away from the people. Okay, so this guy, his name is Tim Galloway, I think. I remember seeing him show up on my phone with little videos and shit talking about winners and losers. And I always thought like, oh, this guy seems like a knower or whatever. And he's some like rich guy. And then I don't remember the exact specifics, but he had some kind of fucked, kind of weird, kind of like fence city and or just more conservative, less progressive leaning politics. I forget what the issue was. Was it Palestine? Was it Medicare for all? Was it something? I don't remember the exact era in time. I remember him sort of just being kind of like meh and a bit old school and whatever. But my generation has debt. Galloway addresses the male loneliness crisis. What an interesting way to look at that. Framing, at least from the headline, debt, male loneliness, the correlation. I'm like, what?
There is a crisis facing boys and young men in this country. And my next guest, author and podcaster Scott Galloway, says it affects everything from their ability to form friendships, go out on dates, find jobs, find purpose in their lives. Scott's the host of the Prof G Pod and co-host of the Pivot and Raging Moderates podcast. He's a best-selling author, and his latest book is
Raging Moderates. There you go. Killer example of what I mean.
Notes on Being a Man.
He's like, wait a minute. These fuckers are going to are they going to read a book? Let's be real, dude. You got to sell a course on your Discord from your podcast. Okay, that's how you get it.
And Scott joins me now. I want to read to you. You write in this book, algorithmically generated content on social media contributes to and profits from young men's growing social isolation, boredom, and ignorance, with the deepest pocketed firms on the planet trying to convince young men that they can have a reasonable facsimile of life on a screen. Many grow up without acquiring the skills to build social capital or create wealth. The statistics are in
such an emphasis on creating wealth. I guess I'm trying to think. I don't know that. I mean, like, being rich and being like comfortable and being safe, being successful in the sense that like I have the average or maybe even slightly above average, but just like I have earned what hard workers get kind of thing. Wanting to be super rich was always, a dream or an interest, but never like the actual goal. The expectation and overall plan was to be very comfortable, never to be stressed or on the edge, right? And in ways of having my regular job, I was like, okay, I feel like I've achieved this. And, things could always be more comfortable, whatever, but it's like, there's even that graph that exists. Happiness, or I guess like the minimization of unhappiness, is very high as soon as you start earning money. And then it sort of slows down and eventually hits a big plateau once you've made a certain amount of money, and that amount of money changes depending on, inflations and stuff. But like when a household hits around $100,000-ish, give or take, I forget the exact specifics and how old the study was versus whatever. But that's where like, oh, look, you are set up enough, and making more doesn't really get you that much different. It's always good. It's always better, but it's like you're no longer unlocking like, oh, look, unlocking home security. You're unlocking food security. Like those are big changes. But once you've done that, then it's just unlocking a higher definition television or whatever, right? Like it's always like, what's it?
insane. Like 45% of men 18 to 25 have never approached a woman in person.
Never asked a woman out in person, and what they're up against. Think about
what a interesting thing to focus on as your starting point. And also like the importance you're putting on that is kind of
about it. You could largely describe America right now as a giant bet on AI. 10 companies have driven all the growth in GDP, are responsible for 77% of the earnings growth. Our economy literally rests on 10 companies now, often.
And now we're talking about AI bubble, huh?
Referred to as the Magnificent 10.
Do you mean if the AI bubble bursts, then the men will have nothing because they don't have their screens?
And they do several things, but quite frankly, they're in the business of enragement, polarization, and then sequestering young people from all other activities.
And that's only getting worse given where AI is going. I mean, with like agents and chatbots who are sexily clad anime type.
Anderson. What the what are you
figures chatting with young men?
Well, it starts pretty innocent. When you use AI, have you noticed the prompts that are almost irresistible at the end? Let me put this in a series of tweets. Right. Before you know it, you're 3 hours deep. But if
oh, okay, so did Grok put out this thing? Is that what he's referring to specifically?
These companies have been...
Okay, Grok is just full of a bunch of fucking pedophile Nazis, man. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, they're going to go for the fucking gross lolly anime shit because they're gross freaks. The amount of young men that are invested in that. Listen, guys, we're all old here. White hair, bald beard, and fucking late 30s over here. Like, we don't fucking know. Huh?
Attach the entire economy.
I'm okay with cutting down on the weird pedophile Nazis on Twitter and shit. I think that's going to be beneficial for it's going to be beneficial for society as a whole. I don't like jumping to the fear mongering, because I had my own version of it when I was young, and then there's just a long history of watching this happen over and over and over and over and over and over. Literally, as long as we've been writing record, people have been saying "damn kids" these days, right? So I try to moderate my pearl clutching, moderate my sky is falling, right? I try to do all those things. I don't think it's good to have weird Nazi shits and pedophilia on main type shit. That sounds fucking insane, right? I've never loved anime because of the weird fan service and the weird age things that go along with it. But so it makes sense that those things kind of go a bit hand in hand. Just thinking about how I worry, I work with what I've just said about what I don't want to do, but then also what I see a problem with, and then wanting to make a difference in there, and how those two things can coalesce together. Let's see.
And literally trillions of dollars to trying to get people to, or trying to...
But like even like this is not like crazy, weird, sexy shit. This is just a person with a very slight amount of midriff. What the fuck? What are you worried about? Like, you can relax a bit, man.
Young people, specifically young men, who are more susceptible because, quite frankly...
Also, why is their hair blowing when she's in a bus?
Their prefrontal cortices isn't as developed. To try and convince them they can have a reasonable facsimile of life online. Why go through the hierarchy of trying to make friends? It's not easy, right? Why try to figure out how to navigate a corporate, all this, when you can go on Reddit or Discord and find friends, or you can trade crypto?
Who finds friends on Reddit? Who finds friends on Discord? Usually you have friends and then you meet up with them on Discord, is my pathway. I had friends and then met up with them on Ventrilo. I had friends and met up with them on AOL Instant Messenger. I've never been... There's chat rooms that existed since when I was a kid, but you didn't really make friends in there beyond the occasional gamer friend that would be invited into your circle to some degree. I guess there were, there are some friends you meet through mutual activities and stuff, but they're not just straight up. They're always... No, I guess I'm trying to think. You can definitely have a friendship that builds online, but even that is not in itself a bad thing. And generally will frequently lead up to a beautiful meetup at some point in their lives in an influential moment, right? Because there's still the human connection that's limited to the net, but still is yearned for.
Or stocks on Robinhood or Coinbase, and why understand?
But why is that? I don't understand. Like, the crypto gross, and then being an investor, bro, has nothing to do with friendships or whatever. I don't see how that's connection. Like, why are you connecting these things?
Would you go through the rejection, the dressing well, the effort, the expense?
I don't know what this is. Why is my thing not? Oh, that's right. I gotta use it. What is this? he's like an obscene amount of bracelets, and when he picks his arm up, it's all dangling down, and it's all like ropes and beads and stuff. You know, he's got his like, you know, fancy guy, rich guy watch, but then he's got like this basically Richard Branson looking ass shit over here, which is like, what is this? Mr. All put together and stocks and smarts, but then Crystal Mommy? Like, what the hell?
The humiliation, developing a kindness practice of trying to establish a romantic partnership when you have literally lifelike synthetic porn. So what are we doing? I think we have...
What? Lifelike synthetic porn. So AI porn. But what if it was regular porn? Is that any better or worse? I don't see the difference. Oh, look, we have synthetic porn instead of real porn. But they're both just porn as far as porn goes. And if they literally look the same and they're indistinguishable, then it's just porn. But porn's existed since you were a child, sir. You know what I mean? And that was lifelike piece of paper with porn in it. You know what I mean? Like, let's get to the root of the issue beyond the fucking flavor of the issue.
Our economy is attached to one objective, and that is to evolve a new species of asocial, asexual male.
Now, this is insane. This is an insane thing. That's just... He's mad at the AI bubble. He's mad at the sadness and loneliness that we have built out of America's, suburban sprawl and lack of interconnection and desperation. But what he points at as the fucking problem is they are trying to make asexual, antisocial males. Like, that's not their... What?
Unintentionally, we have an economic interest right now, I would argue, in planning our own extinction.
So what do you do? I mean, because this juggernaut is not about to slow down anytime soon, the AI juggernaut.
I think there's a variety of things you can do, starting very young. I think you need to redshirt boys.
You have boys.
What?
I have two boys. It's terrifying when you look at these stats.
I think a couple things. Education. We need to redshirt young boys. They're just...
What does that mean? Red shirt. You mean what? You mean hold them back a year? That's like redshirt freshman is like a sports term for saying that, look, we can only have you play sports for 4 years. So we'll hold you back and only make you a freshman at the football part when you're a year older.
Less mature. And you're going to see as you get older, my 15-year-old has a party. The boys are dopes. Some of the 15-year-old girls could be the junior senator from Pennsylvania.
I see that in 4-year-olds.
So red shirts start kids in kindergarten at 6. Get more men involved in K through 12, where 70 to 80% are women who are naturally going to champion people who remind them of themselves.
What? You're saying that teachers are women and therefore they're supporting women more than themselves? More than men? You're saying the teachers are the problem? What Discord groups is he in? What synthetic porn is he jerking off to? What the fuck are you talking about?
Boys need more male role models. Immediately have a social zeitgeist where the moment a boy comes off the tracks, which is typically when he loses a male role model, at that point, he is more likely to be incarcerated than graduate from college. Whereas
that sounds like weird Nazi shit that he's getting at, which he's like saying that like when fathers get arrested shit, like when they lose a real male role model. They're more likely to be jailed than get into college.
girls in single-parent homes have the same outcomes. It ends up that boys, while being physically stronger, are emotionally and neurologically much weaker.
And yet also, I mean, at age 3 and
That's patriarchy at play there in a lot of ways, which I guess you're not willing to look at, but okay.
4, I see it already, girls have the vocabulary or at least the desire to talk about what they did in school, whereas boys, it's like pulling out teeth.
Okay, you're looking at anecdotal situations of the couple of people you know or a couple of children that you interact with, and also presentation, monkey see, monkey do. Children go into roles. Little boys don't play with dolls. Little girls don't play with, I don't know, sports toys, whatever. Right? There's differences. Girls are supposed to put up with stuff. Boys are meant to do action. It's ingrained in many ways, but essentially, children of 4 years old are all basically just larvae, and there's almost no difference in their development. You know what I'm saying? From what I've understood, there's probably technically very specific differences, but for the most part, they're all just glorps with nothing other than what they've been socially conditioned into at their young age. And even then, they're goofy and silly because they are attempting to parrot what they believe they understand. And a lot of times it's actually a caricature of what they actually are surrounded by.
Is our brain doesn't catch up until they're 25. Goes into college. Any school, any college, in my view, that has over $1 billion endowment and isn't growing its freshman class faster than population growth should lose its tax-free status because it's not a public servant, it's a hedge fund with classes. And my industry is so corrupt that we've decided the ultimate way to create artificial scarcity and extract more margin from it.
It's funny that Galloway's, I guess, gone more black pill, red pill. The more he's in the podcast sphere, he's used to being in the media to some degree, but now he's just out here saying wild shit. And the media is also willing to fucking listen to it because they're losing ground.
Middle class homes is to limit our supply. Dartmouth sits on $8 billion endowment, lets in 1,100 people, which is what a good Starbucks serves in a weekend. There's no reason why they couldn't let in 11,000, quite frankly. More vocational programming and, quite frankly, put more money in their pockets. We've had tax and fiscal policies for the last 40 years that have made my generation, on average, 72% wealthier than we were 40 years ago, and people under the age of 40, 24% less wealthy.
Now there's something that's going to be causing men to have more issues in the world for sure. Absolutely. Also focusing on Dartmouth of all things, like, are you worried about like the upper class men specifically? Because there's men all around. Education should be free and available for all, which then improves a lot of things, including crime rates, just because people have futures, people have wants and desires, people have understanding of things better than when they didn't have it. I'm not, now he's all like, hey, wait, taxes are good and taxes can be utilized in ways that can benefit society. Wait a minute. I don't love what he considers to be problems, and I don't necessarily love the framing that he has. Let's see if he gets there in the end.
So what do you have? 60% of 30-year-olds used to have one child in the house 40 years ago. Now it's 27%. So we have they're up against technology, trying to separate them from their friends, make them less mammalia. We have fiscal policies, quite frankly, making them less wealthy. And then we have social media reminding them 210 times a day that they're failing. And what do you know? They wake up at 30, they're more obese, anxious, and depressed.
Anxious and depression, more aware of it than before. So you're always going to have an increase just because what you used to just ignore, now you actually will diagnose. But there's also declining conditions that will also increase those things, right? Obesity is about health. It's about walkability. It's about, lots of different things, deregulation of our food versus other areas. So problems, of course, I don't even think that he is implying that these problems don't have a multifaceted issue and solution a cause and solution side of them, but make this a weird silver bullet specifically.
And if we don't, my generation has a debt. We'd recognize America from 1955 to 2000
has a debt. That's different than my generation has debt. That's different.
Garnered
Okay.
a third of the world's growth with 5% of the population. And then within that 5%, 30% of us who were born white heterosexual males got the majority of that prosperity. So there's a natural gag reflex when I start talking and advocating for young men. But the reality is my advantage, my privilege, they should not have to pay the price for it.
Well, they have. Everyone has.
People in my generation have a debt. One, we need to get more emotionally involved in their lives. Men aren't stepping up. In this city, there are 3 times as many women applying to be big sisters as there are men applying to be big brothers.
Interesting statistic. Interesting overall.
And then we have figured out, when I say we, my generation, how to vote ourselves more money. And we keep extracting more and more capital from young people to old. The prices of housing have gone absolutely crazy. The price of education has gone crazy because we've realized the way to get our houses more expensive is through a lack of permits, make it more difficult for people to get in college. And what do you know, the child tax credit gets stripped out of the infrastructure bill, but the $120 billion cost of living adjustment in Social Security flies right through. So they have less money, less opportunity. And we also have to acknowledge a basic reality.
It's almost like raising up society raises everybody, and just focusing on yourself leaves you anemic and starving.
75% of women say that economic viability is important in a mate. Only 25% of men state that. Beyonce could work at McDonald's and marry Jay-Z. The other way would not happen.
Okay, Mr. Realizing my privilege kind of shit. Economic stability, seen from the female perspective, comes from a portion of, long-term misogyny and the patriarchy, being men are supposed to make more than women. Women literally earn less naturally in the fucking workplace, even for the same work. So a man that is financially stable also shows that they have, they're less prone to violence, they're less unhinged, they can keep to a schedule. There's lots of things that are enjoyable to see about a person's ability to maintain employment in a healthy way. Men don't see women in that way on the whole. They don't see them as earners. They don't care about that. They care about other things instead because of the patriarchy. Men would be more behooved to appreciate a Jay-Z type of woman, right? But using this as like it's just the men that are, I want to see his full.
Say that economic viability is important in a mate. Only 25% of men state that. Beyonce could work at McDonald's and marry Jay-Z. The other way would not happen. So when you have the pool, men mate socioeconomically, horizontally.
I think he's saying that women would be so judgmental of a man or whatever. But men are so ignominious, so polite and good. Despite all the things he's talking about here, actually men are good. And actually it's the women's fault in this part of it, which I think is just stupid. You're willing to look at all these other factors, but then you see these surveys, and the framing of the survey that's been presented to you is how you fucking frame it, but you don't look at the answer in the context of everything else around it.
Would not happen. So when you have the pool, men mate socioeconomically horizontally and down, women horizontally and up. And when the pool of horizontal and up, in other words, economically and emotionally viable men, keep shrinking, we have less household formation. And just
this is like weird, gross shit about like, oh, we need to be, a woman for every man kind of shit. You know what I mean?
To finish off this word salad, the cartoon of a woman in her 30s who doesn't find romantic love, and what a tragedy she's living alone with her cats. That's not the tragedy. She's fine. Men need relationships much more than women.
What are you saying?
A widow is happier after her husband dies. A widower is less happy.
What do you think that means?
happy. Women in relationships live 2 to 4 years longer. Men in relationships 4 to 7 years longer. Those
Well, men don't take care of themselves because of patriarchy.
The zone of self-harm and suicide for a man is the year after he gets divorced, when he loses primary relationship.
Consequences can also be a contributing factor. Why are these men getting divorced? From domestic abuse and facing charges? Is it from significantly more rate of pedophilia and shit? Like, because those are things that ruin a life. When your life is ruined, people commit suicide. That's why gambling debt can ruin every social connection and every financial thing you've built for yourself, leaving you destitute, which then leads people to do the bad thing. So looking at this in a vacuum is ignoring the patriarchy. It's like saying white people and black people are all starting evenly. Why would you want us to try to make any accommodations to fix the underlying issues of racism of the past, let alone the current racism of the present? It's painfully short-sighted from a man who acts so intellectual.
And what is the reason, the biggest cause for divorce amongst young people? It's financial strain. We need to put more money in their pockets. We need an education system.
Financial strain. So he has in his mind, women are gold diggers, maybe adding it too much spice to what he is saying, but I'm framing it in the way that he's presenting it. Women want money more often than men want money, but then divorce is happening and men aren't able to make money because of the mean algorithms. And divorces happen because, you know, men are being selected in these fewer households, but these houses that do form, they say financials are the reasons, but also you're also looking at the top reason in a survey of reasons and even what type of survey and how well it was collected. And then also the propensity of people to tell the 100% truth in a survey is also questionable. And then you're building, you know, you're having, conclusions on top of faulty and shaky ground, and if they're shaky ground after shaky ground, and the conclusions are just like 5 layers deep on 15 different wobbly goddamn towers, and it's just like you are so off base.
That restores sort of bias or fixes the bias for women, and we basically need to level up all young people, which will disproportionately help young men.
Do you see anyone in the political sphere? I mean, we had Wes Moore on, governor of Maryland. He has talked about this publicly. He just tried to focus on young men, but you don't hear this conversation very often.
I'll tell you, Anderson, the conversation has become so much more productive. 5 years ago when I started.
He's on fucking Insanity podcast talk shit, isn't he?
Advocating for men.
He's over here watching the whatever podcast, like, oh, finally, so much better for men.
The immediate gag reflex, and I understand it, was, well, you're Andrew Tate with an MBA, and you got shamed. And when I went to the Democratic National...
You're what? I want to see this.
For men, the immediate gag reflex, and I understand it, was, well, you're Andrew Tate with an MBA.
You're Andrew Tate with an MBA. That's yes. And you're saying, but that's based? What do you mean?
And you got shamed. And when I went to the Democratic National Convention, they talked about every special interest group on the planet except for the one that had fallen.
But what about the white men? What about the white men?
Furthest, fastest young men. And the people who are leading this fight and made the conversation much more productive, very simple, mothers who see what's going on. And the dialogue goes something like this. I got 3 kids, 2 daughters, 1 son, 1 daughter at Penn, 1 daughter in PR, and my son is in the basement playing video games and vaping. Mothers see this. Governor Moore, Governor New.
Ask mothers, Mr. I love mothers. Ask mothers what they think about Andrew Tate. Mr. I listen to mothers. Ask them about what they think about it. You think that, oh, well, you say Andrew Tate with an MBA, but I say not that bad. Like, you gag at that, but now you should not gag at that.
Newsom, a lot of senators are basically talking about, for the first time, they are coming out and saying there is a problem with our young men. Governor Moore has said he's going to devote the next year to the struggles facing young men and to boys. This has become a much more productive dialogue.
Yeah. Scott Galloway, thank you.
I'm not out here to specifically not help young men. Also, him saying that all the special interest groups, all these different people, but they did not talk about young men. Well, all those interest groups also have men in them. You know, when you're talking about people of Muslim backgrounds and, people of color, they also have men in those peoples, right? You just don't want to say white young men because it makes you feel a little icky, but you just don't want to advocate for that specifically. And also policies that are good, like housing affordability and Medicare for all, help young men significantly. Give them safety nets that they don't currently have, which builds to their anxieties. And also, the white privilege element makes them feel shamed because they see that they are supposed to have a leg up in things, and then when nothing is working for anybody, they feel extra bad, right? That's a layer that it specifically impacts this one group differently than others, and it has less direct negatives. It has less direct risks to their lives, but it does have its own specific difference and its own specific impacts. And you could solve that along with many other things. Also, them having more equitable and even society around them, happier people around them makes them happier, makes them willing to have friends. So many other things. Like, I'm not saying that you should ignore these problems and not try to deal with them, but by seemingly poo-pooing the other solutions and saying we need to work on this thing now, make this the priority, feels very weird. I guess. It is, dialing it back a bit on my end, it is fine to want to fix problems even though it's not the most pressing issue. Although I do think that the premises that he comes up with and the framings that he has are definitely flawed by a lot. Big problems. What a weird dude. Tell me about those bracelets, man. What do those bracelets mean? I want to know more. Okay. Think I covered all the different videos I had on there. Kara helped out and she did a review of the half script I wrote. And again, before I get too tired, I'm going to take my second dose for real, and then actually make a plan to literally do it before I go to sleep. I don't want to play video games right now, which is good. Also, basically finished off most of my video games. I'm basically done with Mega Blanc. I don't really have much to do other than literally just waste time if I boot it up. Dispatch, did that update yet? Episodes 3 and 4 are live. I think it's like the 5th or something is when they come out, so that'll be cool. Post election shit. So that'll be cool. All right. I'm going to end stream because I think it's only Kara's phone that's watching. Maybe people are watching the VOD, or there's more lurkers than this thing shows. I appreciate you. I do my best to keep talking, keep things interesting, even if nobody else is chatting. I would love chatters, obviously. They are one of the things that help fuel me in many ways. But yeah. So I'll be back on tomorrow. It'll be very interesting to see the post. Maybe things are so slow, I'll have to do some election coverage. Whoa, right? But maybe not. At least we'll do a recap at the very least. I'll be going to that thing with the DSA. That'll be a lot of fun. Nice to see some people for real, and hopefully have a video to fucking share or something. I don't know. Yeah. So take care of yourselves. Get something done, right? Keep moving forward. Be honest with yourself. That should maybe be one of my better things to say. Not just to like check something off your to-do list, you'll feel better. That's like a whole mouthful, but just like really be honest with yourself. One of those things that I keep coming back to. I keep thinking that I fucking done it well enough. And I let it slide more than I should. And then I'm like, even when I'm like, Kara, I really wanted you to help me. I really need you to help me. You know, it always comes down to that, like, be honest with yourself. You know that you have not been doing enough on your own as well. And it's like, damn it. That sucks. That, you know, I've wasted the time that I've wasted and other things. So be honest with yourself. All right. Bye-byes. See y'all's laters.